Okay, good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission public hearing and public meeting of June 23rd. We are returning with public hearing item number five. And I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala.
Thank you, Lisa. Public hearing item number 5 is LPC 26-10002, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 829, Lot 57, 1181 Broadway in the Madison Square North Historic District. This is a classical revival style office building designed by Alfred Zucker and built in 1896 and later altered in 1973. The application is to modify the ground floor and install storefront infill and a canopy, create new masonry openings and construct courtyard and rooftop additions, and install rooftop mechanical equipment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sarah Scher, Higgins Quaisbarth and Partners. We are the Historic Preservation Consultants for the project. I'm joined by David Bench from Bench Architecture, the design architect for the project. We are very excited today to present a proposal to rehabilitate 1181 Broadway for residential use. 1181 Broadway is located at the southwest corner of West 28th Street and Broadway, located at the edge of the Madison Square North Historic District. It was originally developed as a speculative store and office building by Charles A. Baldwin and was designed by architect Alfred Zucker. It was completed in 1896. So in the summer of 2025, City Council approved the Midtown South mixed-use plan. This modified zoning within 42 blocks of Manhattan's Midtown South neighborhood, allowing housing in a previously non-residential area. This also upped the FAR from 10 to 18 for residential development. This rezoning allows for 1181 Broadway to be converted to housing. It also allows for the context around 1181 Broadway, shown here, to change dramatically as we see DCP anticipates development to the west and to the south of this particular building. On the left, we have the LPC designation photo from 2001 compared to an existing conditions photo in the middle and a proposed rendering on the right, all from the same angle. The proposal includes full facade restoration work, a new storefront that better relates to the historic design, and a new building entrance with a canopy. At the top of the building, existing rooftop accretions are proposed to be removed, and a new addition is proposed that is both deferential to the existing historic building, but also relates to the existing architecture. There are also changes to the lot line sides of the building that are not seen here, but that David will describe in more detail. So as I mentioned, the building was completed in 1896, and as we see from the 1912 map with the building highlighted right here, it was a small piece of a very active, vibrant neighborhood that was filled with theaters, hotels, and lofts, and was one of the first high-rise developments of the area. In the circa 1905 photo on the left, we see that the original storefront was very open and glassy and included this steeply sloped awning, and that there were building entrances on Broadway and West 28th Street. Here we have existing conditions photos, overall views looking north on the left, looking west in the middle, and looking south on the right. The primary facades are along Broadway and West 28th Street, and they have a limestone base with cast iron infill with brick and terracotta above. The building is topped with a brick and terracotta Greco-Roman temple. And the lot line elevation on the south side has buff brick that returns before going to a common brick. It's very clear that we're at the edge of the district, as you can see in the photo looking north on the left, as the character of the neighborhood changes pretty dramatically looking north with the 2018 Ritz-Carlton directly across the street, looming over 1181 Broadway. Here's the base of the building. The storefronts and building entrances have been covered up with lots of non-sympathetic cladding and signage and external roll-down gates over time. Going to the shaft of the building, we see the limestone base on the left with the cast iron infill. At the shaft, there's buff brick. The Baldwin building is the name, done in copper, and then the Greco-Roman temple, as you can see on the right. The building is in need of masonry repairs, repainting of the cast iron, and I also note that the windows are quite chunky and replacement units that don't match the historic configuration. We will be working with staff on an appropriate, on a new window type that will meet the staff rules. The top of the building is quite complicated, so we included some axons from Google Earth to help explain what's there. We have the primary temple, the Greco-Roman temple at the Broadway and West 28th Street at the front. There's a setback, more minor temple that's described as a bulkhead in the DOB filings, a skylight adjacent to that, and then a series of bulkheads above that with a water tank as sort of the top point on the roof. Here are photos from the roof itself with that secondary temple that I mentioned that's described as a bulkhead in the DOB filing. This is a sheet iron on top of terracotta block that is in quite poor condition with significant rusting and warping. The studio skylight seen on the bottom right cuts through it and is also in poor condition and is not visible from the street. So stepping back with some historic documentation and appropriateness context for the rooftop addition. While the termination of the Greco-Roman temple is pretty amazing in itself, the original design actually contemplated a cupola to be positioned on top of that, as seen in the original DOB filing drawings shown on the left. On the right, we have the as-built conditions seen from a neighboring building with that secondary temple and the skylight and the bulkheads above. And this shows that Alfred Zucker had this initially even grander vision for the top of this building. We speculate that because Charles Bowdoin died in the middle of construction, that this part of the project might have been just left out and never finished. So the temple was not seen as the terminus to this particular building. We also see the proposed addition in the context of other 19th and early 20th century commercial office buildings, which often have this street level composition and then complex massing above that. For the two buildings in the center, we have temples that are used as a frontispiece with massing seen behind them. And all those setback massings have the same architectural reading as the street facades, using a similar palette and also similar pier widths. And this type of thinking about massing on turn of the century commercial buildings was the basis for the LPC approval of the 4-story rooftop addition at the former Brooklyn Union Gas Company building in Brooklyn, which was approved in 2024. This is an individual landmark, a building constructed in 1914. So the 4-story addition was a simplified take on the architecture below, using cast stone tinted to match the limestone. This was also a residential conversion project that combined restoration at the base with the visible rooftop addition, which you see in the rendering on the right over the front facade. Other landmarks approvals we find relevant in this context include the rooftop addition at 361 Broadway on the left, another residential conversion project. This is an approved visible rooftop addition on an individual landmark that continues the street facade's organizational grid to the addition in a similar palette, but in a contemporary design. And then at 204 Fifth Avenue, which is also located in the same historic district as 1181 Broadway, the Madison Square North Historic District, LPC approved a visible rooftop addition that was contemporary in design, but maintained the palette of the historic building below, that's seen here. This was never built. This is a through-block building which had visibility of the addition from both sides of the building. And with that, I will pass it on to David Bench to take us through the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for the background. My name is David Bench, a design architect. We are essentially proposing 3 main changes with this project. The first being we are legalizing the residential conversion of a loft law building. With that, we are installing an ADA and stretcher-compliant elevator, which does not exist currently. In this high-rise building, we are also replacing a single winder stair with 2 code-compliant egress stairs. Secondly, we are bringing this building systems into the 21st century. We're fully insulating the building, we're making it all electric, and we are installing triple pane windows throughout. Third, we are dignifying this corner as a proper gateway, the Madison Square North District. We're doing that by bringing back an historically appropriate glazed storefront in keeping with the original. We're cleaning, repointing, and restoring the facade. And we're removing non-original elements from the rooftop and completing the temple ensemble at the roof. Here we can see the current condition of the retail. As Sarah mentioned, we have opaque metal roll-down gates and aluminum panels covering the storefront, and a creatively named dispensary on the corner here. This is a very different condition as was original, which had large glazed openings and awning fronting Broadway, generally an open and inviting appearance for commerce. Our goal is to bring that back, bring back the awning, bring back the glazed openings. With the conversion to residential, we're adding a small, discrete residential entrance on 28th Street to the right side of the image. On the right side of this drawing, you can see that single blade canopy for the residential entrance. On the left-hand side of the drawing, you see fresh air intake and a restored base grill bringing in fresh air to cellar equipment. And then here is a before and after image. The left-hand side, current condition. The right side, the residential entrance. Restored pier on the right side, restored entablature, new contemporary bronze-clad canopy and wall cladding, distinct but respectful to the original. This is a before and after of Broadway. Left-hand side, the current condition. Right-hand side, restored pier, restored capitol, restored entablature, new awning, central retail entrance, symmetrical on the facade. So in general, a brighter, lighter, cleaner, more inviting condition at the street front. But as Sarah mentioned, we have to consider this in context with what we imagine is coming almost 400 foot tall tower to the west and likely something to the south as well. With that context in mind, we look at the rooftop. As mentioned before, the elements in red are non-original. We anticipate, removing those. And this is a situation, as also Sarah mentioned, that we don't believe was ever really fully resolved up here. So the temple is the only element at this top, which was built in brick and masonry, but only on the two sides fronting the streets. As it turns the corner, it becomes pressed metal, and that, along with lots of other drawings that Alfred Zucker had provided, everything was changing with the design of the rooftop. The only thing that was consistent was the temple itself. There were lots of versions of this, and it seemed to be a completely unresolved condition. The section of this top is very interesting as well. It's a two-story element, actually. So the left-hand side is the temple. It's double height inside, set 5 foot higher than the adjacent portion of a two-story interior space. That is accessed only with a spiral stair from the inside, so not a very safe condition. Very cramped two-story interior to the right, double height temple to the left. So we propose a resolution to the rooftop as a proper backdrop for the temple. We simplify the building's composition and extend the rhythm of fenestration, the color, and the permanent quality of the finishes from the base of the building. We aggregate the mechanical systems in the far corner of the lot, set back from view. And in general, we want the temple to stand out as a dynamic element of the composition, rather than the water tower, which currently has prominence amidst a cacophony of shapes. In massing and in detail, our proposal respects the original building. We utilize the detail from the pediment as horizontal banding to articulate the levels. Acroteria terminate the top floor in keeping with the temple and the pediment. And fenestration details are contemporary references to the base building ornament. The roof plan outlines some of the unique challenges of this building and what we've done to accommodate it. It's really a postage stamp of a lot. We have 62-foot frontage on 28th Street. We have 25 feet on Broadway. Currently, the equipment displayed across the roof, left-hand drawing, including overlapping the temple, which is hatched in blue. We have consolidated everything in the southwest corner to reduce visibility. All the equipment is pushed back to the corner. The green line represents the stone and brick elements of the facade of the temple. And then the red line shows the pressed metal cladding on the temple as it runs perpendicular from 28th Street. The remaining elements really not very permanent in their completion. So we respect the solidity and volume of the temple by simplifying its context and removing obstructions. And in the end, we're actually proposing a slight reduction in usable square footage of the building. Our single-story addition is more than offset by the square footage of the 2 stairs, the accessible elevator. And in general, we are searching for a balance in massing, aesthetics, and even in square footage, all of which are critical to the success of the project. So balance is key with our proposal. In section as in plan, we have a complicated situation. The levels on the top of the building are as vertically short as we can make them, given we need to have head height clearance to wrap around on the egress stairs now that we have 2 of them. So whenever you consider the setbacks above 155 feet, the temple itself, and then the footprint of the stairs and elevator, we have very, very limited space, and we are as tight as we can be in both plan and section. Proposed palette achieves harmony with the existing building. Cast stone is at the rooftop, the matching color of the existing limestone and buff brick. A bronzed finish is suggested for the storefront. The remaining elements are restorative: terracotta, limestone, brick, cast iron. In the end, we achieve this, a simple, unobtrusive upgrade to the building as seen from the primary view on Broadway, clean and restored, as if nothing had changed. Looking down Broadway from the north is the only vantage of a primary facade where the rooftop is visible. We see this condition in context only overlooking the base of the 40-story Ritz-Carlton across the street. Only from the east side of the street, the west side is not visible. And you can only see this condition for about 1.5 blocks north of the intersection. Here we have our proposed rendered view and mock-up, which shows the temple, the respectful new massing, which serves as a proper backdrop for that temple. And you can see the additional floor and mechanical screen stepping away from view. Additional views diagonal across 28th and Broadway. The rooftop is barely visible above the pediment. Similarly, directly across the street. On the secondary facades, the enlargement is rendered in brick, and the painted signage remains. This particular view is almost certainly going to be fully obstructed in the near term by the tower from the prior slides. Looking north up Broadway, it is similar. The extension is in brick while we leave the existing stucco, the existing painted signage, and we add additional windows towards Broadway, which match the width and the height of those adjacent on the same floors. So in conclusion, we believe that the loft lot conversion of the building is an appropriate time to reinvigorate this structure with a modest rooftop addition and appropriate massing in keeping with commercial precedent from the time. We believe that we have finally achieved a resolution at the top of the building and given the temple its proper context.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Goldblum.
Yeah, the pressed metal structure to the right of the temple, was it ever painted? Is it?
It's not clear. We don't see any paint residue.
It doesn't look painted in the photo.
Let's see.
Very dark color now. Do you know what is that a paint or hard to tell from pictures?
Hard to tell.
And you spoke about having found a bunch of drawings that the architect prepared and that they seemed to suggest different aesthetic solutions to the roof. Were any of them at all of the scale of your proposed addition, or were they all pretty much what's there?
There was actually a lot of drawings of the cupola that Sarah showed earlier. So on the left-hand side, you can see that on the plan. We also have different forms of skylight glazing. The split section that we showed previously was in some drawings, not in others. On the right-hand side, you can see a little bit of a colonnade There's other drawings which reference that with additional columns. So in the set that we got, there's a single version of every floor plan except for the roof, where we have about a dozen different studies. And the temple was the only thing that remained consistent. But as you can see on the top left, there's like a bit of a stair. So the access to the top of the temple was certainly contemplated. And it was really unclear, even whenever we first saw these drawings, what was the actual intention.
And that colonnade in the two pictures on the right, that goes along the facade to the right of the temple. Is that the idea?
That is perhaps there's like a chimney here, so it seems like.
Oh, it's like a decoration on the chimney.
Correct.
Aha. Okay. Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions? Vice Chair Master.
So I think you noted that in the existing building, we had 19,436 square feet, but then in the proposed, we had less, 19,411, and yet we have 2 additional floors. You could almost say that we have that rooftop addition. So why is that?
This is a net square footage calculation. Certainly, the building is larger by gross square footage. So I think what we're trying to say is that we're doing a lot of work just to bring the building up to code. So we have to add the stairs. This is a loft law building. We have to comply. We have to have egress stairs, accessible elevator, and so on. The balance of the building is what we're showing here. Certainly, it's an enlargement.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Goldblum? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, not seeing any other questions. Let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee for testimony on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be the Historic Districts Council.
Hello, this is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the ground floor work appropriate and a significant improvement. However, the HDC Review Committee is concerned that the proposed rooftop addition competes with the building's most distinctive architectural features, the prominent corner temple and the triangular pediment. As proposed, the new construction diminishes the visual prominence of these defining elements, altering the building's silhouette. HDC thus urges the applicant to either reduce the height of the rooftop addition or refine its design to be more deferential to these significant architectural features. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Leslie Spiro Lopez.
Hi, I am the president of Q Management that owns a number of buildings in the neighborhood. I'm also on the board of the Madison Square Park Conservancy, the Nomad Flatiron Nomad Business Improvement District, and the founder of the Nomad Alliance. So we've owned, Q Management has owned buildings in the neighborhood, so we've been there a long time. Total it, I think the really repairs the horrible sightline that's there now and just elevates the entire building in keeping with the historic preservation. We've done a lot of preservation at our buildings at 1123 and 1133 Broadway, the Townsend and St. James building. So it's really nice to see people who want to improve the buildings and in keeping with the historic nature of the neighborhood. So I think it's a great addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. The Victorian Society supports some of the proposed changes at 1181 Broadway. Removal of modern infill, signage, and security gates at the ground floor will allow for the installation of new infill closely based on historic photographs. Although we have often spoken against the installation of modern entrance canopies over entrances to upper floors, we find this modestly scaled canopy to be acceptable. Installation will not require the removal of any historic material. It will have a dark, subdued finish, and the address will be on a vertical panel adjacent to the entrance, not set on the top edge of the canopy, as we've seen several times recently. Furthermore, the large storefront windows wrapping the Broadway and West 28th Street facades are so dominant that the upper floor entrance would almost disappear without this canopy. We also find appropriate the small rear yard addition in the southwest corner of the plot. It will be visible from the street as shown on image 38, but this rear corner is so minimally detailed the addition will have no effect on the overall appearance of the building. But we do not support all of the proposed rooftop alterations. Drawing 24 shows that the existing rooftop structures are a jumble of original material and modern accretions. The original material includes the building's unique corner pavilion and a one-story extension facing 28th Street. The extension combines stone cladding and a skylight and is visible from the street. The modern accretions include 3 sheds clad in a Three Little Pigs selection of materials: brick, concrete block, and aluminum siding. There's also a visible water tank. The applicant is proposing to demolish the original one-story extension, the 3 modern accretions, and the water tank. They would then construct a 3-story addition visible from the street next to the unique corner pavilion. We support the removal of the modern accretions. However, we recommend denial of the other rooftop alterations. Demolition of the original one-story extension would destroy important historic material. Construction of the proposed 3-story addition next to the building's unique corner pavilion would visually subsume and diminish this extravagantly detailed temple-like tower. Finally, we recommend retaining the water tank, a typical historic feature of New York City skylines. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5 recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
Yes. So in terms of the original material, we recognize in this view, you can see this setback mass here, and then the studio skylight is not visible. While these are original to the building, we find these secondary and utilitarian in nature. They were called out as bulkheads. They're clad in iron, and they're also in very poor condition. They're rusting and warping. In terms of why an addition of this scale is appropriate at this particular site, we already have a cacophony of accretions at the roof that overlap with the temple and are around, that already exceed the height of the temple as well. And that visibility is really within this 1-block window, which we can see here from about the south side of 29th Street to the midpoint of 30th Street. Otherwise, this addition is not visible over the front facade, is not visible from farther away as well. You really only read the temple past the Ritz-Carlton as you go north. And then in terms of the design of the addition, it's really meant to relate to the complicated massing that we see on other office buildings of this age and style, which have setback massings that are sometimes simplified and relate to the architecture below. So that is the response. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a
So
motion?
moved.
Okay, Vice Chair Master, will you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Chu, would you start the discussion?
Beautiful existing building with very elegant proportions, and I think that all the work that's being done at the street level storefronts looks like a great improvement to the existing condition, bringing back the historic nature of the street front. I think that the new entry canopy is appropriate. I like the visibility that's brought back to the street level. The restoration overall, I think, fully support bringing this building back. In terms of the addition, which is really the proposal in front of us, my feeling is that this building is so unique, and this Greco-Roman temple at the top really is its defining characteristic. I feel like if I look at the historic image that was provided, the temple top did have a historic wing behind it, which was set back quite significantly from the facade. The current proposal brings back a larger mass in that place, but I think my concern is just that it seems to offset the historic balance of the building. The temple's clearly the crowning moment of this building, and it is right on the corner, and it appropriately marks the tallest spot, which is right on the corner. The proposal seems to bring a mass that looks like a floor or so higher with the mechanical roof. And it is pushed forward beyond the historic condition, which starts to make me feel like it confuses the reading. I can accept a rooftop addition on this building, but I do think it needs to keep the characteristic Greco-Roman temple as very prominent as it does now. Unfortunately, I think that the proposal, at least from the views that I'm looking at in the drawings, bit confuses it and consumes it. The architectural language looks like a slightly brighter, wider version of the existing historic facade. I worry a little bit about just the confusion because the facade plane of it is, I believe, too close to the historic facade and should be back to diminish its presence. Now starting to, again, consume the. I thought it was great that the accretions were being removed to not do that, but it does feel like this new addition actually has a larger mass attached to the temple. So in conclusion, I think that I can support this if the applicant makes some efforts to reduce the prominence and presence of the rather large rooftop addition. When I say large, it is relative to the scale of our temple.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kwembe?
Likewise, I find the restoration work to be appropriate, especially the storefronts. It will definitely reactivate it at the streetscape. The additional entryway for the building is modest and won't cause undue attention to itself. As for the rooftop addition, I do find that it overwhelms the existing temple and needs to be reduced in its size and potentially in its articulation as well. And I guess I would note that an axon of the roof would have been very helpful.
Thank you. Commissioner Chen?
I mean, a similar agreement here. Nicely done restoration work, especially on the lobby, on the ground level, as well as making the storefront symmetrical. I think that's a nice touch, bringing light and air. And no problem with the canopy, because otherwise to identify the residential lobby. Stephen said correctly, the main thing about what's distinguished this building is the top, and especially that corner. And so the addition troubles me currently as well. I think that is encroaching, I guess for lack of a better word, is set too much forward, and you need to reduce the scale to make it more respectful of the original design intent.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So in general, I agree with my fellow commissioners. Restoration work, ground floor work, entrance, all are very good. I like the chaos of the existing rooftop, which makes the temple stand out as the stabilizing force. when you build this very regular large addition behind it, all of a sudden this temple is less dominant. So I agree we need to reduce it, but it also, if it were dark, if it were just something to just sort of make it recede more, it would help, because right now the temple loses its strength. And I think the applicant needs to work on that.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, this is a very nice restoration of a beautiful building. I think that the applicant has done a wonderful job, especially on the ground floor infill. I also think that the windows that they're adding to the secondary facade are appropriate. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because right now there's so much on the rooftop that is unattractive and highly visible. And then from the primary facade, this really isn't visible. So we're kind of looking at it from a very distinct corridor. So I don't feel as strongly as my fellow commissioners do, but I do think that perhaps a little bit of modification to the rooftop addition to make it not as prominent would be helpful. But overall, I think that the applicant has done a wonderful job on this restoration.
Okay, Commissioner Wilder?
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant for the presentation. I think I agree with most of the comments. I think that the storefront is done well and fits with the context of the surrounding buildings. I do. I don't agree that I like the chaos, but I do like the impact of the chaos as especially in these side by side images. I think that's kind of what I would be looking for. What it's doing here is, which is highlighting this temple versus the proposed design. I think it's kind of taking it away and are taking the focus away and reducing its stature in terms of the building. And I think there should probably be some adjustment in terms of design, in terms of height, and maybe the design language.
Commissioner Mahan?
I want to start by saying the presentation itself, the quality of the drawings, the renderings, diagrams, before and after comparison side by side was absolutely spectacular. Thank you for the clarity there. And it was beautiful to look at. All of the restoration and the street level work and the commitment to high performance building systems is spectacular. With regards to the top, I think that in this case, hierarchy is really the key issue perhaps to examine here. And I think that the historic photos of the building clearly demonstrate that this temple element was meant to be of the most important level of hierarchy, maybe even more so than it was actually built with the addition of this cupola on top. As proposed, the rooftop addition reduces its importance because the rooftop addition pulls so many of its architectural cues, rhythm and openings and some sort of datums and materiality and color, importantly, from the existing building, therefore diminishing the importance of the temple. And so, scale is certainly one way to, sort of reduce the presence of the rooftop addition and highlight the importance of the temple element. But I think there are other architectural devices, and I might suggest that the addition should be differentiated as opposed to, kind of sympathetic as it is proposed here. And I think that might help to highlight the profile of the pediment that we see in this image and the presence of the temple on the edge of the building. So, lots of different ways to deal with that. And I think I would leave that to the applicant, just want to suggest a couple others in order to get at this intent of maintaining hierarchy. A very minor note, a few of the renderings had sort of plantings behind both the pediment on the broad facade and the pediments of the temple. Perhaps those should be avoided so as to sort of highlight the profile. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
Thanks. I agree with much what everyone has said so far, especially about the base, the back, all good. And I agree also with the general trend of comments on the roof as well. What I would add is a few things. First of all, looking at the historic photo, it's pretty clear to me that the sheet metal one-story element that's behind the pediment was intended to look like masonry. It's detailed extensively with rustication and pilasters and a frieze rather elaborately. And the photos look very clearly like, hey, it was meant to be painted out. And what you see in this photo is that on the other side of the pediment, where the skylight is, you have another element of the same thing. So I would strongly suggest that the applicant preserve this piece of architectural material, restore it, and integrate it into your addition. And if you need to, make it the full width across, that was pretty easy to do these days. And you could certainly, I think that would be an appropriate way to both preserve historic material and get your volume, at least on the first floor. The upper floors, I agree with what everyone is saying about kind of materiality being probably the place to start. What I would suggest is look at what the building gives you another great material on the roof, the skylight. The skylight is an amazing, beautiful structure. In many other buildings, we would mandate its preservation. I think that here, if you imagine the other pieces to be, of that kind of nature, it might be a way to go. A third thing I would say to look at is the Yarmolinsky building. The Yarmolinsky building, Lower East Side, was a building that had a dome and colonnade at the roof that was removed. Part of this whole game is foreground, background, and as Mark noted, and everyone noted, the issue here is to make the thing that you're doing the background to the foreground of the temple. And one way to buy yourself some extra background is to increase the foreground. You have the benefit here of having a tempietto on the top of your temple that you could put back, which would allow for a taller foreground that would hide more background. So I think that all of these things, throwing them out there, think about it.
Commissioner Jefferson.
I agree with my fellow commissioners on the urban level and the restoration of that, and on the shaft level, the restoration. I do somewhat like what they did in the proposal. I think the problem with that was that there's hierarchy and contrast, which the hierarchy is wrong and the contrast is wrong. If you say that the temple is the dominant element, then the addition should be lower. And if you say that, then the color of the addition that you see on the right-hand side should be a different material. And then you see there is the dominance and the subordinate elements are clear and simple. And I think if they went in that direction, it would make the kind of look they're looking for a kind of a neoclassical facade. And if they kept the temple the same material and made the addition a different material, a different color, they would get that feeling. I think the existing had three elements on it. It had the temple, it had the skylight, and then it had the water tower. And that's too many elements for this building. I think the direction they're going in has possibilities.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. So I think we're going to do no action today. There was a lot of positive comments for the bulk of the project, and especially it's great to see this residential conversion. I think most of the comments were really related to the rooftop addition and a variety of design strategies to maintain the primacy of that temple front. There's some different approaches that were put forward, and I think it would be best to work with staff and come back. Thank you. So we'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 26-09164, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1124, Lot 11, 51 West 71st Street in the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. This is a neo-Grec style row house designed by John Sexton and built in 1885 to 86. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
All right. Hello again. Good afternoon, commissioners. Emma Mooney, preservation staff. The item before you is an application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions at this row house. None of the proposed work will be visible from the public thoroughfare. You are reviewing this because of the cumulative effect of these two additions. Here's the location of the property within the district and the block. It is located at the north side of West 71st Street between Columbus Avenue and Central Park West. And these are existing and proposed block plans. The block contains a mixture of row houses and large apartment buildings. The majority of the row houses have 3 to 4 story rear yard extensions, and a few have rooftop additions. Sanborn maps show that the existing rear extension at this building dates to the early 20th century. And here's a tax photo of the front facade, 1980s tax photo, designation photo from 1990, and existing condition photographs. More imagery of the existing condition showing the front and the roof. And at the rear facade, you can see the extension, and both the main facade and the facades of the extension are clad in a light colored stucco. Here's the existing as drawn, and the proposed rooftop addition, which will be set back from the front facade and again not visible from anywhere in the public thoroughfare. And the existing rear facade and extension and proposed. The rear yard extension will not be any deeper or taller than the existing one, and both additions at the rear and roof will be clad in light colored stucco to match the existing conditions at the rear facade. Existing and proposed at the roof, note that the southwestern chimney that you can see at the bottom left will be rebuilt and set back. None of the code required chimney flue extensions will be visible from the public thoroughfare. And then existing and proposed of the rooftop of the proposed addition, just showing the HVAC equipment and guardrails. And existing building section proposed, sightline section, axon from the front and from the rear. And the architect is here to answer any questions.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? No? Okay. Well, with that, is there anyone in the room that would like to speak on this item? Okay, not seeing anybody. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee to see if there's anybody on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Megan Fitzpatrick.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee finds the proposed work to be appropriate as it reflects modest extensions to the landmark and shows good stewardship in terms of materials proposed and restoration efforts. However, we do seek one clarification regarding the elevator. The committee requests confirmation on whether an elevator currently exists and asks that the applicant verify that any newly proposed elevator will have no impact on the building's exterior. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
Please. Good afternoon. My name is Dimitri Polyakov from DP Architect. I'm just responding to the question about the elevator. There is no existing elevator in the building. However, the elevator that is being proposed within code limits will operate from the cellar to the 4th floor only, and therefore will not go up to the bulkhead and will not be visible.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any additional questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to close the hearing. Commissioner Chu, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Jefferson, will you second?
So second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Quimby, could you start the discussion?
Yes, I believe as was stated, we're looking at this due to the cumulative effects that were taking place. Very much so, this is in alignment and keeping of the things that we normally approve. The rear yard addition is in keeping with its neighbor, and it's not, and it's pretty modest in its articulation, and its materiality is in keeping with what is already existing. The rooftop addition is not visible from the street and is properly proportioned. I find it appropriate.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, this is very modest and appropriate and very standard of what we typically approve. So I'm in agreement.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Appropriate, agree.
Vice Chair Master?
Appropriate.
I'll keep going. Commissioner Wilder?
Appropriate.
But, Commissioner Mahan?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Goldblum? Commissioner Jefferson?
Well,
Okay. So I think that we can move to make a motion. Commissioner Quimby, could you please read the motion?
Yes. In the matter of LPC 26-09164, 51 West 71st Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District, a neo-Grec style row house designed by John Sexton and built in 1885-86. This application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural features, that the proposed rooftop and rear yard additions will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear facades, and the rear yard addition will not rise to the full height of the building, maintaining a sense of the building's original massing. That the simple design and materiality of the stucco-clad addition will be consistent with others in the block and in the row. That the rear yard addition will be in keeping with other additions in the block in terms of height and depth, and its presence will not diminish the central green space. That the scale of the masonry openings at the rear yard addition will be compatible with the size of the facade and consistent with the scale of openings at neighboring properties, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic features of the building or historic district.
Commissioner Chu, can you second the motion?
Second.
Okay, and Mark, can you please call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Commissioner Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Oh, thank you very much. We'll move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 26-06258, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1186, Lot 16, 313 West 77th Street in the West End Collegiate Historic District. This is a Romanesque English Renaissance Revival style row house designed by Van Kempen Taylor and built in 1890 to 92. The application is to alter the areaway, legalize dormer alterations done without LPC permits, and modify the top floor of the rear facade.
Hi, good afternoon. Simeon Siegel with the Tourette Collaborative. The scope, as Court just described, is we'll be proposing to enclose the front areaway. On the rear, we'll be proposing to expand a window, and the dormer at the top of this elevation, we're requesting that it be legalized as shown. We're located at the north edge of the West End Collegiate Historic District, north side of West 77th Street, between Riverside Drive and West End Ave. This is us. We're part of what was once 11 row houses. 5 of them are intact. They're in decent shape now. There was once 3 to our east, and there was once 3 more to the west of the group. These are the historic tax photos. You could see the photographer stood in one place and took the whole block, three different photos. We're the one on the right. And for the purposes of this presentation, take a look at the dormer at the top. You can see that there's a keystone there in the 1940s. So again, this is circa 1980 on the left, and this is the present day. More images of the front areaway. And more images of the row. There's lots of intact brownstone detailing. So we're proposing in our front, this is a rendering at the bottom, we're proposing in the front areaway to extend the knee wall of the neighbor. You can see on the image at the top, the neighbor has an enclosure. We on the right of that image do not. The owners experience lots of people occupying this space and sleeping there, waiting there, leaving waste there, etc. It's so they need this enclosure for the sake of privacy and security. As well, they will be, of course, have a lot of waste bins and stuff here, so they're hoping that they can conceal that to some extent. So our proposal here is to extend the existing knee wall into our space in matching rustication. We are not proposing to touch the stoop, and we'll propose to add a low, simple gate. Not only touching the existing brownstone stoop, just for the structural component so it doesn't shake. Here it is in plan and elevation. We'll be matching the details in kind. We'll match the rustication, we'll match the height, we'll match the details of the knee wall, and the rail will be a simple painted black steel rail. I'm moving to the legalization of the dormer. This was a case where staff noticed this. We hadn't actually proposed to do this, to touch the dormer, and staff pointed out that it's different than the tax photo. They're of course correct. We inherited this condition. So the key difference, there's the historic detail at the cornice has a bit of a projection and profile, and it has the keystone. The way we've inherited the project, it has a diminished detail at the cornice, and the keystone is missing. You'll notice that in the 1940s tax photo, there is no rounded window. That window was approved in the 2017 approval and was installed, as you can see. But apparently they also modified the cornice when they reclad the window. So we're requesting that it be legalized in its current state. It was a little difficult to document the rear facades. I'm going to just skip ahead a page and then I'll go back to those photos. On the rear facade, on the upper left, you'll see we're proposing to widen the existing window. The entire rear of this house has been, modified per 2017. There was a window created there. We are proposing to widen it with the existing header, no change to the height. You can see there's no remaining continuity of the cornices on the rear, and there's no remaining continuity of the windows, although the headers remain as they were, so we would maintain that. But the windows on the rear are, as shown, as represented here, they're different heights, different widths, different positions. I'll go back to this photo. You can see at the lower right, this photo is actually taken from the 2017 presentation, just because that was the most recent photo I could get of seeing the continuity of these facades. So this is essentially as they exist today, and you can see on what you're seeing at the upper left is taken from our own 5th floor. You're seeing the immediate 2 neighbors, and the image to the right of that is obscure, but you're seeing again those neighbors continuing down that row. And that's a presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg.
So, was it a previous owner who did the dormer and not following the drawings?
Yes.
So you do not know why they didn't follow the drawings?
That is correct.
Second question is, how hard would it be to restore something like what was there?
Yeah. The current owners purchased it from a developer who did the work in 2017. They've owned it since 2019, 2020, and it's been trouble ever since. Lots of trouble with the roof, lots of trouble with the windows, lots of trouble. I don't know what it would take to restore the dormer. I'm interested in finding out, and I believe that the owner would be interested too. It's only that we hadn't contemplated doing that work when we were devising this presentation. The only way we could really know, we intend to ultimately restore the facade, and that will be reviewed at staff level. At that point, we would have scaffolding, and we'd be standing there on the roof, understanding the condition of the sheet metal and so on. I suspect it would be feasible for us to make those repairs, but I couldn't at this time make that proposal because the owners don't know what resources it would take. We would be interested in working with staff to make that evaluation once we're able to make that evaluation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chu.
What is what's built there actually metal as opposed to masonry? I can't tell what the material
Yes, it's metal.
Just capped with metal, and it was originally supposed to be brownstone?
No, it was originally capped in metal, but the face of it, I believe, was was actually painted, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't actually know, because I only have the record of the photo itself.
Okay, so there are potentially material profile detail difference.
Potentially.
Thing profile slightly different, and there's material. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson.
If you go back to the rear yard.
I'm sorry, to?
If you go back to the rear yard.
Yes.
And the window enlargement, when you did the renovation previously, did the window enlargement was part of that, or because did you add a roof?
We did not do the previous renovation. We inherited the project as it exists today.
Oh, today. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Goldblum. Oh, sorry. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony, and there's nobody in the room to testify, so we'll go to Elizabeth Lee to see if anybody's on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be the Historic Districts Council.
This is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC has some concerns about the areaway alterations. While we can support the knee wall extension, we find the proposed ironwork inappropriate. The fencing is not characteristic of the block, where the surrounding row houses largely retain their low masonry enclosures without additional ironwork. Its placement atop decorative carved masonry elements creates an awkward relationship with the historic fabric that distracts from these ornamental features. We encourage the applicant to eliminate the proposed ironwork entirely. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Megan Fitzpatrick.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee finds that while the proposed knee wall in the areaway is acceptable, the accompanying fence appears too institutional and utilitarian. Further, it uncomfortably meets the existing knee wall scrollwork and is therefore inappropriate. The committee suggests a more substantial railing that reflects the historic ironwork found on adjacent row houses, specifically the neighboring property at 321 West 77th Street, and more thoughtful detailing where these variant materials meet. Our committee opposes the legalization of the dormer window alterations. The original building owner did not execute what was approved in 2017, and our committee believes that what was approved should be re-reviewed, as it still seems to miss the mark in terms of a restoration of an original feature. The proposal to enlarge the rear windows should be denied as it provides no benefit to the rear facade. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. Legalization of changes to the dormer should be denied. The original cladding was either well-detailed wood or formed sheet metal. The new cladding appears to be cheap, bent aluminum sheeting, lacking the depth and details of the original. Adding a short section of brownstone finished wall to the front areaway is an appropriate change that works well with the areaway configurations of this row. It is a feature typically found at grade level areaways to help separate them from the public sidewalk. However, the proposed ironwork is not appropriate. There is no historic areaway ironwork on this row. The ironwork on the adjacent buildings is clearly recent and inappropriate. In addition, the proposed ironwork relates awkwardly to the stone stoop wall. The volute at the lower end of this wall is fully carved, including on the top surface, and the ironwork would sit directly above it, possibly damaging that carving. We also oppose the change to the window opening at the rear wall. The top floor is the only one remaining that recalls the historic rear facade. As is typically required, this floor should retain its historic window openings. Finally, we wonder what became of the historic ironwork at the front door. According to the 2017 drawings, it was supposed to be restored and retained. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval.
Great, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
With regards to the rear facade, the windows at the top, none of those are historic to my knowledge. They've all been, there's a new door, that's a new window. I can't speak to the neighbors, but I don't think that they are historic. However, it would provide substantial benefit to the owner he's a composer, he works from that address, that's where he composes. And that window is not visible from anywhere. I myself couldn't get a photo of it from our own property. But we would, to the statement that it offers no benefit, it offers a significant benefit to the owner. That's why they're requesting it. At the front, the ironwork, we had worked a little with staff. We had went back and forth on whether it ought to be more ornate or less ornate. We are game for it to be, in fact, we had preferred that it be more ornate. We were encouraged to, because it is not historic, not to attempt to make it look more ornate. But we are eager to work with staff to to perfect that detail and to perfect the way it interacts. To the question of how it will meet the scroll work, we are specifically, we will not allow it to touch the scroll work so as not to damage that scroll work. So that would be our intention there. Yeah, it would float above the scroll. It is somewhat awkward because it's difficult for a rail to meet a scroll, but to leave it open without that overhanging piece, I felt was more awkward. And so this was our proposed, it's also feels a little bit safer. It's not a place to sort of get caught. And as far as the dormer, I don't have anything more to add. I would, as I said, if we are able to, if we have the resources, we would want to work with staff to restore it. The reason we're asking to legalize it now is because we want the ability to proceed with other restoration work at staff level, and I don't want this dormer to hold that up. If it's possible for us to proceed with the rest of the work pending our ability to study the dormer, we'd be happy to do it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, let's close the hearing. Commissioner Wilder, will you make the motion to close the hearing? Commissioner Mahan, will you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Chen, will you start the discussion?
Sure. I have less problem with than I have to do with the top, the dormer's work on without the permission. I think the one question I have is whether the commission is happy with the railing. I think that it looks simple and fine. Other than that, I have no problem with the base, but I think the dormer alteration needs to be restored.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
I agree. I think given that the metal is not original, keeping it simple and not trying to make it into something it's not is a good move. And I'd recommend working with staff when there's access, they figure out how to restore the dormer in the simplest possible way to get it back to what it looked like before the renovation.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Chen and Commissioner Ginsburg.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, in terms of the dormer, I think got to be restored as it was originally. In terms of the front yard fence and another gate, I guess, stoop gate. I think I understand the non-ornamentation of the gate. I think I would prefer that there were no gate and just have the cheek wall, but I'm sure the applicant is saying that the gate is for security purposes, which is, I think, consistent with the rest of the gates that we've approved. And for that reason, I can find it appropriate, but that's the only reason.
Commissioner Mahan?
I'm okay with the cheek wall, and I'm okay with the iron gate as well, even though it's a bit anomalous in the row. I think it's well done and doesn't draw too much attention to itself. I do think that the dormer should be restored, not only the keystone, but the stepping of the profile of the sort of ridge and the dimensions there, I think are pretty significant and change the look of this building in a notable way.
And do you have a comment on the rear facade window?
I'm okay with that.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. I think the rear facade window should stay the way it is and not be enlarged. I think if they want to increase the light for that room, they should do a skylight on the roof, which they could do at staff level. I think that the areaway work is fine. The fencing is acceptable. Work with staff on keeping away from the scroll. I think you could probably eliminate that whole little cantilevered lobe without a whole lot of stress, and someone's really intent on getting into that areaway, they're going to get in anyway, so I wouldn't sweat it. But I think they could work with staff on that. I think that the restoration of the dormer is a no-brainer. It's sheet metal stuff. We have people who do sheet metal storefronts every day of the week. There's plenty of vendors in New York City who do it. It's really easy. For me, the keystone's less important than the frieze and the molding, but I do think that it is critically important. And I think, to the applicant's point, the approval today with that caveat will give them several years, if I'm not mistaken, to enact it, so they can work with the staff over that time to get the fix right.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Once you once you put in the knee wall, you don't need a fence because it closes down the entrance. So I say no to the fence. Dormer should be restored. Rear yard window should be disapproved.
Commissioner Chu?
I'm okay with the areaway, the low wall, and the small gate. I'm also okay with the rear window, but along with my fellow commissioners, I think they should for the dormer.
And Commissioner Quimby?
The low wall and the fencing as proposed, I find acceptable. They should work on repairing the dormer, and I would disapprove the rear yard window.
Okay, I think we didn't get comments on the window from the first few commissioners, so being that we don't have a consensus on that, I think we should hear from Commissioners Ginsburg, Master, and Wilder on that rear window at the top floor.
I was okay with the window.
I'm okay with the window.
Inappropriate. Not okay with it.
Commissioner Chen, did you comment on that window?
Am I the pivotal vote?
You add into the mix.
Well, I'm ambivalent. I do see, I am. Because historically, I respect, Commissioner Goldblum's insistence on keeping the top row on that thing. And in this case, he does have a point that if you want, they can put in a, but I do see the logic of enlarging the window here, which is why I'm ambivalent.
Okay, I mean, I think there are 6 in favor of that window, and I'll just note that that top floor was reconstructed. The whole wall is, and it's also different from the other 2 to begin with, which is generally why we're very protective of the top floors when there's a continuous row with a intact fenestration pattern, but also the walls themselves may have similar features and heights. And just to make those of you that don't like this feel better, this is different than that scenario. It's also at the end of the row, but I think there's 6 votes for that, as well as for the areaway wall and ironwork as is. I do think that because the dormer was done without a permit and they're not, committing to do it here in the way that is normal, they've not shown you drawings that they will do that. They've just said that they'll explore it and look at it. I do think we have to deny legalizing the dormer condition as is, and then they can work with staff and do the restoration with the staff permit as they could at any point in time.
Just to be clear.
With the dormer, correct. To have it restored correctly, yes.
So let's
Okay.
read it as is.
I think
Correct?
that is as is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, that is true. Okay, Commissioner Chen, could you please read the motion?
In the matter of LPC 26-06258, 313 West 77th Street, West End Collegiate Historic District. The application is to alter the areaway, legalize the dormer alterations done without LPC permits, and modify the top floor of the rear facade. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute, to the special architectural and historic character of the West End Collegiate Historic District. With regard to the airway alterations and modifying the top floor of the rear facade, I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the introduction of an areaway wall will be consistent with the variety of areaway conditions found within the row and will be in keeping with the historic areaway walls along this row in terms of placement, design, materials, and details, that the proposed areaway will only impact and overlap with a small amount of historic rusticated brownstone at the neighboring house to the west, that the black painted metal fence installed on top of the areaway wall and areaway gate installed at limited attachment points to the historic stoop will be simply designed and reversible and will follow the profile of the historic stoop, that the historic top floor of the rear facade was previously reconstructed, therefore the modification of the remaining window opening will not damage or eliminate any historic fabric, and that the houses immediately to the east were demolished prior to the designation of the historic district, and the top floor of the house immediately to the west was modified prior to designation. Therefore, the window modification will not detract from a cohesive condition within the row. With regards to legalizing the dormer alterations, I recommend denial, finding that the alteration to the upper profile of the front dormer resulted in the loss of significant architectural features, that the existing flat panning does not recall those profiles in detail and detracts from the building.
Commissioner Ikwema, could you second, please, the motion?
Second.
Okay, Mark, can you please call the vote?
Chair Krasavage,
Aye.
Commissioner Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 10 in favor and unopposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that was approved in part and denied in part. So if you could continue to work with staff. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 8, LPC 26-10943, an application for a binding report in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1111, Lot 1. This is the Kerbs Memorial Boathouse and the Central Park Scenic Landmark. This is a boathouse designed by Amar Embry II and built in 1954 within a English Romantic style public park designed in 1857-58 by Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux. The application is to construct additions, modify masonry openings, and install a canopy and security gates.
On the arrows. Click on screen once.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see you, and Chair Krasavage. I'm Diane Jackier. I'm the Vice President for Program Management from the Central Park Conservancy. I'm joined by my colleagues Nick Koster, also from the Conservancy, our VP for Design, and Francel Lim, Principal from Enniad Architects. We also have some of our other project team members here from Lee Saltzman Architects, from the Conservancy, and from the Parks Department. And so we're here today to talk to you about Conservatory Water, Boathouse, and Terrace. Just to orient you, sorry, let me just see if I can take that off. Conservatory Water is on the east side of the park, just north of the East 72nd Street entrance. And so what we wanted to just show you on the right-hand side is what we are looking at in terms of this whole project. It sort of encompasses several phases. We initially started doing this project looking at the basin. We'll go into the history in a minute, but the Conservatory Water Basin was built in the 1860s. It's been leaking for decades, thousands of gallons of water, and we knew that we wanted to do something there to restore it. But it's sort of, the project grew we started to look at the Boathouse, which was built more than 70 years ago, and that's outlined in green. That's what really we're going to be talking to you about today. And then it grew even further because what we've been doing at the Conservancy is really looking at things at a precinct level. And so we have a larger outline, that sort of orange-yellow line that looks at the entire landscape. And so we're looking at accessibility and drainage issues and all of that as part of this project area. But what we're really going to be focusing on today is what's the first phase of this project, which is outlined in this dotted red line. This encompasses work at the basin that we are working with the staff on. There's also accessibility improvements within this area that's also going to be staff level. But what we're really going to be talking about is the boathouse and terrace work. But we will be coming to you in the future, probably sometime next spring, to talk about the remainder of the work that we're doing at this area that we're proposing. So with all of our projects, we start out with the project goals. For this project, it is the restoration of the area, the building, the basin, the building exterior, the basin and the landscape. Of course, we always look to what Olmsted and Vaux had designed and other designers in the park, and also wanting to bring the location of the park up to the current needs of what park users do. Accessibility is, of course, another thing that's always top of mind for us. We are, as I mentioned, doing some landscape improvements to create an accessible entrance from East 76th Street, and also going to be making the building fully accessible. And then we are also, of course, looking at environmental stewardship. So the building will be an all-electric building. We're looking to improve systems, improving efficiencies. So just to give you a brief history of conservatory water, in case you're not aware, conservatory water is a reflecting pool that was designed by Olmsted and Vaux, and it was built for a conservatory that was actually never built. So this is an 1873 Bogart map showing what that reflecting pool looked like when it was built in the late 1860s. But that proposed conservatory was never built, although it was designed. It's pretty amazing the extent to which they went to design this, but it was actually never designed. But from its original opening, this part of the park was an incredibly popular model boating area. So the sport actually became popular in London and Paris in the early 1820s and came to New York in the mid-1800s. And there were sort of locations both here in Central Park and in Prospect Park in Brooklyn. And I'm sure you'll notice how large these model boats were. I'm always fascinated by that. And because of those large model boats, there was a small boathouse that was built, basically at the site where that proposed conservatory was supposed to be built, but it was built to store the model boats. We don't know all of the details, but sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, this small boathouse burned down. Robert Moses, who was the commissioner at the time at the Parks Department, established a master plan to build a larger model boathouse, to build a small kiosk at the southern end of the basin. And that's also when the Alice in Wonderland and Hans Christian Andersen sculptures came into play. And so Robert Moses was the one who solicited all of the donors for this master plan. And so Jean Kerbs, who's seen there just to the left of Robert Moses, she has flowers in her hair. She donated the money for this project, for the boathouse specifically. Her parents lived on Fifth Avenue in the 70s. They loved watching the model boats, so that was her impetus for doing this. The building was designed by Amar Embry from the Parks Department. And this is just a front-on shot from the building in 1954. And the program is really today what it was designed as initially. So there's a model boat space in the center of the building. On the right side, which is the southern end of the building, is the women's room and a park storage area. And to the north side is the men's room and the concession space. And that's really what exists today. What we're proposing is something to, of course, respect this, but bring the building up to current uses, because it is still a beloved spot in the park. There are so many people who come here to enjoy the model boats, to climb on Alice in Wonderland and Hans Christian Andersen. And so I'm going to introduce Francel to go through a little bit more detail of what we're proposing at the Boathouse.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Francel from NEAD, and I am going to run you through some existing conditions of the boathouse and the proposed additions. So starting with existing conditions, this is the main west elevation that faces the water. You can see this is a brick and limestone building with a large central copper standing seam roof, patinaed copper. There has, over the years, been some interventions. You can see that there are some metal plates that have been covering the front doors, cover some of the architectural grillage, and then there's been some additional grills that are non-historic that have been added to the windows. Moving around to the east elevation, this is the back of the building that faces Fifth Avenue. You can see for the most part, the building is obscured through the trees. In the seasons where there's a little bit more visibility, you can see a lot of the ad hoc additions and accretions that have been added over the years to help alleviate the lack of space in the building. And then this is the existing south elevation, the elevation where the existing entry to the women's room is. You can see that there is a view. You can see some of the additional containers that are behind the building that have been added. And then on the north side, even more so, you can see that there's been a wooden fence added in an attempt to hide some of the additions. There's a lean-to addition, there's a walk-in refrigerator, and a lot of ad hoc storage bins and containers that have been added to deal with the overflow of the concessions. And this is a close-up of the back of house of the concession areas. You can see the refrigerators, the containers, the lean-to addition, and all the other, sort of detritus that is around the site. To give you a reference point for where this is located, you can see circled there the Kerbs Boathouse. It's in the area of the park that doesn't have currently ADA bathroom access. So the increase in fixtures that we're proposing, as well as the ADA accessible restrooms, would be a real asset to the community and to the patrons of the park. Like Diane mentioned, this is the original layout of the boathouse, many of the same uses as today. You can see, though, this is the existing plan, and you can see the additions to the rear of the building, the walk-in refrigerator, the lean-to addition that was meant to accommodate the expanding concessions needs. And there are additional containers that are not shown on this plan that they had to add in addition to these additions. The area that we're showing in red is the portions of the non-historic additions that we're proposing to remove. And then this plan is showing the proposed addition to the Boathouse building. What we're showing are two additions that are to the east side, the rear of the building, that do not extend beyond the extents of the two wings of the building. And what that provides on the north side is expanded concession space to consolidate and get rid of all of these additional containers and storage that is exterior to the building now. Proposing a consolidation of the restrooms to the south side, shown in pink there. And the proposed additions are separated from the existing brick building with sort of an interstitial transition zone, which we can see a little bit later. This is the existing west elevation, of which you saw a photograph of, and the proposed work for the west elevation. And also just a note in general for the rest of the building, we're proposing to clean and repair the brick and the stone, as well as the patinated standing seam copper roof, and remove non-historic grill work that was added to the building. This is the existing rear elevation, the east elevation. You can see some of the non-historic grill work and the additions on the concession side. For the proposed east elevation, the central part will remain exposed. That shows historic windows, aluminum windows that will be replaced in kind. The two wings will have elevations that become sort of internal to the building in a way. On the concession side, on the north side, there are some existing windows that have been blocked up that would remain so, as well as a door that remains open. On the south side, where there's a new entry to the women's room, we're proposing to infill some existing windows and provide a new entry into the women's room. And then this is the east elevation from the exterior of the new additions. So what we're showing here are two additions, brick additions to coordinate and respect the brick of the existing building, and also to create to keep the symmetrical proportional nature of the building and not overpower the existing building. There are some windows that we're providing for natural light into the building at a height that would also provide privacy into the spaces. This is looking at the south elevation, both an existing on the left and a proposed. So you can see on the left, there are two existing doors that are proposed to be replaced. On the right, you can see infill with windows to match the historic windows. And then you can see the proposed addition to the rear of the building. And the addition respects the height of the side wings. So the height of the addition is the same height as the wing of the building. It's separated by a transition zone to clearly demarcate the new portion of the brick addition from the existing brick of the historic. And the zone, of the transition zone, we're showing a standing seam painted metal siding that recalls the patinaed standing seam copper roof. We're also picking up the historic limestone header band with a new soldier course in the brick addition. On the north side, similarly, you can see the addition on the north side. We're showing the new brick addition where the lean-to addition was, and a restoration of the historic door into the men's room, which now becomes an entry into the concession area. And then this is a close-up of the doors that are being replaced with the historic window, the windows to match the historic windows. We're respecting the openings, the header condition, and then adding the water table granite below the window to match the existing. And this is just a detail of the windows showing them installed within the existing opening. Here you can see the infill windows at the new women's room on the south wing, the east elevation of the south side, and the proposed new entry into the women's room. And what you're seeing in section there is a small canopy, which you'll see in a little bit in more detail. This is the existing site section. So in this section, you can see that this is really a site that's nestled sort of down and not very visible from the public way on Fifth Avenue. A lot of it is blocked by mature vegetation. Here you can see the proposed section, not much of a change from the existing section. What you will see potentially would be the roofs of the addition, which will be green roofs, as well as the roofs of the existing wings, which also is proposed to receive green roofs. This is just an existing view from the south side, and then a proposed rendering where you can see the two windows that have been replaced where the doors were to match the historic windows. You can start to see the interstitial space that transitions from the existing brick building to the new brick addition. Here's a more close-up detail. So the canopy that separates the existing from the new addition really acts as a wayfinding marker, as well as having non-lit signage to denote the restrooms. And it's really a modest, we've tried to keep it as a modest projection between the two. And here's another view showing the gates that I'm going to talk about in a moment, but you can see the relationship between the existing brick and the historic brick building and the alignment of the new soldier coursing with the limestone and the alignment of the copings as well. This is a look at the new gates that happen in two locations on the north and the south side. So the gates are meant to recall the decorative grillage that's on the front of the building, as well as remain consistent with the sort of nautical theme of the building. This is a view on the south side where the gates occur at the closure to the vestibule when those need to be secured. And then this is a view on the north side where this secures off the back of house concession and maintenance area. And this is a look at a proposed green roof that is going to be installed on top of the new additions as well as the existing flat wing roofs. This is a low vegetation roof, and the intention is that the growth would not exceed the height of the copings. And this is a look at proposed materials that are being used. The anodized aluminum, existing historic windows are aluminum, so they would be replaced in kind. The glass that's being used would be a combination of clear glass and textured glass where privacy into the restrooms would be required. Black Beauty Benjamin Moore paint is proposed for the new grills that we talked about. The Deer Isle granite is to match the existing water table where we're infilling below the windows. We're proposing a new emperor brick that, although has a slightly more elongated shape, would match the existing in texture and color. And then the painted doors, as well as standing seam metal proposed, would be a custom color to match the patinated copper. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nick from CPC.
Thanks, Francel. So I'm going to walk through the terrace and some of the additional views of the building. So the existing terrace, it's composed of bluestone and brick. On the terrace, there is a sandbox, benches, and movable furniture for the concession space. It's in fair to poor condition. This is a historic drawing from 1953 of the design of the terrace, highlighting here that it has always been bluestone and had different planter layouts, as well as there was a flush sand pit noted in the drawing. In the 1990s, this was updated and the bluestone was replaced, the planter layouts were modified, and a raised sandbox was created. Most likely, we would infer for maintenance reasons and concerns. This is a existing conditions plan. So as you can see, it really reflects the condition of the 90s, as well as the additions to the rear of the structure that Francel spoke about earlier in the architecture section. Also, we wanted to highlight that there are 12 removals that will be required, tree removals that will be required as part of the building additions. We'd like to note that none of them are significant trees. Many of them are self-seeded and many of them are in poor condition. This is a proposed plan of the terrace. So we're proposing to replace the bluestone, restore the existing walls and coping, and extend the walls to match the existing to address the addition and the grade changes. We'll be reconfiguring the planters to be more in line with the historic layouts, and we're proposing to replace the sandbox with a planter. Although the sandbox was included in the design of the terrace, the current sandbox is not an accessible feature. It also obstructs the circulation to the co-located restrooms, and it's quite difficult to maintain, as you've seen from the photographs. It was also recommended for consideration for removal by many of the community boards that we have presented this project to. We feel that a round planter will be more complementary to the space for circulation flows, as well as using materials of bluestone and brick to complement the other materials on the terrace. We also want to note that there are 2 sandboxes located at the adjacent playgrounds nearby. Now to walk through a few additional views. We'll be showing you 3. These are the locations of those views. So the first is from the north, looking to the southeast. So you can see the restored historic building, the new additions, which build back into the landscape. Really, they're set into the buffer zone between the terrace, the existing building, and the perimeter wall. The new additions do not eliminate any significant landscape features of the space, eliminate any significant landscape feature of the space or any historic views. Here's also that view without the movable furnishing, showing what the front of the restored building will look like. Next up, we have the view from the back. This is a view taken on 5th Avenue in the early spring. This is a view taken just a few weeks ago, showing that once the trees leaf out fully and the ground covers come up, the back of the building is quite obscured. Now, a rendered view showing that landscape cleaned up with the additions, the green roofs, still the back of the building largely obscured with mature trees, updated landscaping, and the steep grade change that exists in this location in the park. A view showed in the fall of that same view with more of the leaves off and just the seasonal changes to the planting. And then finally, to close with the view that Francel had shown earlier, here just really highlighting the round planter and showing and concluding with this view, showing the trees that would actually be in the foreground, helping to frame and create a nice space for people to walk through. So with that, we've concluded our presentation.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg.
Your wall sections have insulation on the inside instead of an insulated cavity wall. Why did you do that? What?
Do you want to say the page?
You go to page 38.
Okay, so you're talking about the interior insulation. I think that we were keeping it consistent with the rest of the building, typically the way that we would do it, as opposed to you're saying putting a solid insulation on the outside of the CMU.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. Couple of questions. Your presentation noted pretty consistently that all the metal that's green was painted to match the copper. Yet all of the notes in the presentation are very consistent to call it all copper with patination. Which is it?
We are proposing that it's painted to match the patinated copper roof.
Got it. Okay. And now, can we just go to the backyard views? I guess from the courtyard, the terrace plan showing you're obviously doing a wonderful thing, getting all the junk out of the backyard.
I'm sorry, do you know which?
The terrace plan that shows the air conditioning equipment going into the courtyard behind the main boathouse room. One more. There you go. Okay. So I see air conditioning equipment. I see a green square. Are those things visible from inside the building?
Oh, I see the mechanical equipment.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be highly visible. I mean, the equipment would be on the ground, so it's not, person height equipment. It's lower equipment.
And are the windows clear?
The windows in those locations are clear, yes.
And is that green square meant to be landscaping? I'm just thinking about, and you've done this heroic thing to get all the junk out of the backyard. Is it just going to fill up with more junk? How do we keep that from happening?
So I can speak to that one. So if we go back to, or in the plan, I guess the only access to that space will be for the conservancy. And so we'll be maintaining the utility space for the building, as well as access to that space for maintaining the planting that would be that you'd see through the wire mesh fence, as well as creating access to the green roof. So the concessionaire should not have access to that space.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Tell me a story about the building. It was built in 1954. And
Correct.
there's a spire.
Yes.
What happens there? Then there seems to be a fireplace or exhaust. What happens there in the vertical elements?
In the vertical elements.
In the existing building?
Let's see if we have any details of it. Sure.
There you go.
Michael,
So
do you know?
what are those elements? What do they do?
Commissioners, I'm Michael Middleton from Lisa Holtzman Architects. We're the preservation architect for the project. So the spire, what they call the flesh, is right now it's just essentially ventilation for the attic. There's nothing that currently occurs there. We haven't discussed it in this presentation, but as part of the larger project, we are proposing new mechanical equipment that would then exhaust through there, so we wouldn't have to make any additional modifications or penetrations through the building. As far as the paired chimney, let's say, the two stacks, currently it's meant to serve the boiler, but as Diane said before, the plan is to convert the building to electrical use, so we no longer will need the boiler. But the plan is to obviously maintain that chimney and just essentially re-support it from below to open up the floor plate.
So tell me the story of the shape of the roof. 1954.
I think they were trying to go with a very nautical theme, kind of the strong line similar to a sail of a ship. As you probably know, Ember Emery designed several other boathouses for the Parks Department that also had very strongly shaped roofs and very dramatic cupolas and similar spires. So I think he was playing along with that in the history.
Any other questions, commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Quimby.
Can you explain to me the rationale and the reasoning behind the connection of the new building and the old building?
I'll turn that back over to Francois.
Or when we were looking at the additions, we were considering how they would connect to the existing historic building. We wanted to match the brick in terms of continuity for the building, but we wanted to make sure that there was a clear break and a clear definition between the existing historic and the new. So we looked at that transition zone in a couple different ways. We did not necessarily want it to be brick and have the whole thing blend together as one big whole. And so we were looking for a transition material that would be a recollection of another material that was on the building, and that being the patinated copper.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be the Historic District Council.
This is Emma Bartley speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is largely in support of the restorative work proposed. Our only concern is in regards to the ribbon windows proposed for the back of the additions. While we recognize that these windows will have limited public visibility, we believe they introduce a contemporary design vocabulary that is not in keeping with the character of the historic boathouse. Rather than continuous ribbon windows, the additions should incorporate historically appropriate punched windows that draw from the existing south wing's east elevation. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Friends of the Upper East Side.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Nuha Ansari speaking on behalf of Friends of the Upper East Side. Friends' Preservation Committee finds the proposed restorative work to the existing boathouse to be appropriate. The proposed additions are also appropriate as they are located at the rear of the boathouse and set into the slope, resulting in minimal visibility from Fifth Avenue. We commend the Conservancy's commitment to ensuring accessibility and support the proposed measures. However, we urge that these improvements be implemented in a manner consistent with the spirit of Central Park's naturalistic landscape design and with due respect for the significant mid-century work of Aymar Embry and Gilmore Clark. We object to the removal of the sandbox, which is an integral component of the recreational and water-oriented vision advanced by Robert Moses and Gilmore Clark. The boathouse was designed to serve children and to provide access to and engagement with the water. We also find the proposed circular planter that would replace the sandbox uninspired and lacking in historic precedent. We further urge the applicants to retain the original hierarchy of park benches, including the historic wooden concrete benches and the World's Fair benches. These varied bench types were intentionally employed to organize the landscape and remain important contributors to the site's character and historic integrity. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Megan Fitzpatrick.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee commends the Central Park Conservancy for its thoughtful approach to the restoration and rehabilitation of the Kerbs Memorial Boathouse, Terrace, and Basin. We particularly appreciate the restoration of the historic main entrance door and the removal of the inappropriate metal infill elements and that currently obscure the building's finely crafted ornamental features. These interventions will help restore architectural integrity and visual character to this beloved park structure. However, we believe that the proposed copper transitional panel on the north elevation is unnecessary and should be reconsidered. While we understand the intent to distinguish new work from historic fabric, the panel introduces a conspicuous contemporary element that detracts from the simplicity and coherence of the boathouse design. We encourage the applicant to explore a more discrete solution that better integrates with the historic character of the building and its park setting. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Jeremy Woodoff.
Can you hear me? I don't see my image.
Yes, we can hear you, but we also don't see your image.
Okay. All right. Well, my name is Jeremy Woodoff, and I'm speaking for myself. We learned only this morning that most of the landscape part of this proposal has been separated for review at staff level. The presentation materials for the hearing didn't make this clear, and in fact include a great deal of information about the proposed wider landscape work. In an Olmsted park like Central Park, the landscape and buildings were designed together as a unified whole. It's critical that alterations to buildings and other structures be reviewed in tandem with alterations to nearby landscapes. This is equally true with a site like the Kerbs Boathouse and Conservatory Water, which had a mid-20th century makeover by Gilmore Clark and Amar Emery. The new building and the surrounding landscape were designed to be in harmony with each other, using a coordinated palette of forms, details, and furnishings typical of New York's mid-century parks. More than that, the Kerbs Boathouse and its landscape are a scarce, important, and largely intact Central Park work by these designers. It was considered so important in its day that a story with a rendering of the building and landscape appeared on the front page of the New York Times in 1953. The Commission's procedures allow for staff review of the landscape changes to be separated from Commission-level review of the building changes. But just because that separation of review is possible does not mean it's desirable. While in no way questioning the staff's expertise, it just isn't the right way to approach stewardship of these scenic landmarks. Buildings and landscapes in the park were always designed together, and alterations should always be reviewed together. The second point I want to make is that the proposed landscape work is not entirely restorative. There are several questionable designs involving alterations to the sandbox, existing fencing, and existing pedestrian walks, original walks, which are to receive handrails and landings, turning them into ramps. The existing benches follow the format that you saw recently at Stuyvesant Square Park. Gilmore Clark purposely used two types of benches, the Iron World's Fair bench and the concrete and wood bench, which he designed, both often seen in continuous rows, and the Commission required that that configuration remain in Stuyvesant Square. This proposal would replace the benches with a single type in different configurations. All of these changes are significant enough and problematic enough that a public process and Commissioner review are warranted for both the building and the landscape together. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society of New York. Our allotted 3 minutes isn't enough to describe the place of Amar Ambury II and Gilmore Clark's mid-century work in Central Park. These designers moved from the formal classicism of early 20th century interventions to a more whimsical approach that they perhaps thought harkened back to the park's original picturesque structures. Landscape and site furnishings were closely related to the buildings and had an identifiable character, as you saw recently at Stuyvesant Square Park, where the Commission required that this character be respected. Unspoiled examples of these pavilions and landscapes in Central Park have become scarce. Changes to relatively intact examples, such as the one at the model boat pond and Kerbs Boathouse, must be carefully considered. Restoration plans for the existing buildings are well detailed and appropriate. The proposed building enlargement is appropriate in scale and form, given its position behind the existing building, set into a slope, and on the historic plan for a large conservatory on this site. However, details of the proposed addition need to be rethought. The addition should be subordinate to the Kerbs Boathouse and more evocative of its details. The most serious problem is the very contemporary ribbon windows at the east elevation. This type of window is alien to this building, other buildings of the period, and earlier historic buildings in the park. The form and details of existing window openings should guide the design. The Roman-style face brick is also a problem. The brickwork should be more subdued and similar to that of the existing building. We think it's appropriate to introduce whimsy into the new ironwork gates, but the design proposed based on boat hulls is too obscure and will not be easily recognizable. This is a model boathouse, not a yacht club. The types and placement of the Clark-era World's Fair and wood and concrete benches should be retained, as the Commission mandated in Stuyvesant Square. Changing features like sandboxes and fountains into planters is never a good approach. Here, the proposal to alter and rebuild the sandbox into a raised planter results in an arbitrary feature in the middle of the terrace. This type of planter has no historic precedent. A better solution is needed. Finally, the conversion of portions of a historic walk from the 76th Street entrance into a ramp complete with handrails and landings will compromise the landscape's historic character. The continuing conversion of a naturalistic walks in the Olmsted tradition into accessible ramps is having a park-wide detrimental visual effect. The ADA does not require that character-defining features be sacrificed for accessibility. Thank you, Commissioners.
The next speaker will be Michael Gotkin. Michael, you may unmute and begin your testimony. All right. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Michael. Michael Gotkin, I'm going to promote you to a panelist. We ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm checking. Able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize about the delay. I was having some problems. I'm on an iPhone. Hi, my name is Michael Gotkin, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Landscape architect. I worked here around the time that the Kerbs Boathouse was first being renovated was the bench policy for Central Park. It's the time my team introduced the Central Park T. At the same time, developed the bench master plan for the park and what kinds of benches should be used in what areas. Specific with that, a couple of others have brought it up. When Gilmore Clark, the chief landscape architect, he did what was required. All like the conservatory, the benches, the wood and iron benches that were called the work area. The Kerbs Boathouse, like the conservatory garden, like the plazas at the Central Park. And concrete benches were intended to be used in the landscape. The two benches work together. This is a very consistent design methodology in Gilmore Clark's work. Right now, Gilmore Clark, 1935, just around the pool. I now called the fair
Michael,
designed by Gilmore
sorry.
Clark's team. Yes,
Michael,
you hear me?
we're having a hard time hearing you. I think your connection is not so great,
Ah,
but if you want to
is
send in
now
a letter. I'm sorry?
all right. You really can't hear me. Sorry about that. I don't know
No,
what I
no
can do.
worries.
I apologize. Anyway, I get across that the distinction between the two benches is very deliberate in the original design, and it's maintained of the conservatory waters. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 5, 7, 8, and 10 recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
Or I will start with the architectural. I think we spoke about the reasoning for introducing the interstitial material and the difference between the historic brick mass and the new additions. As to the brick, our intention is that we did introduce a brick addition that is distinct from the existing brick and limestone building, although we do carry the same running bond pattern, as well as keeping the coursing of the header course with a new soldier course and the new granite water table to match the existing in the attempts of creating harmony between the old and the new while also creating a distinction. Along with that is the ribbon windows at the rear of the building. We looked at punched openings. We did not want to mimic the old historic building, and we felt that the ribbon windows were consistent with the new contemporary direction of the addition. As for the gates, the new gates, I think we developed the design for the new gates to complement the existing historic decorative gates at the front of the building. But again, we did not want to mimic what was at the front of the building. We wanted to create something that was distinct from it and was clearly a new addition. Thank you.
Okay. Oh,
I'm just going to speak to a few of the landscape comments. So just in regard to the accessible path work, so the path work that is part of the staff level approvals, it's very similar, if not identical, to the same accessibility solutions that we've shown to this commission in the past, most recently at the Delacorte public restroom. And then just in regard to the comments about the benches. So, for the policy from the 90s that was mentioned, our interpretation is that this is a more formal landscape, so the World's Fair bench would be appropriate for this space. Thank you. And then just on one last comment, the sandbox. I just wanted to flip to the appendix. So, just showing a typical view on a given day. So we do have a very robust maintenance of this area, but the sandbox, which is the sandbox that was added, replacing the sand pit in the 90s, is not accessible and very difficult to maintain, evident from the photograph here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, will you make a motion to close?
So moved.
Vice Chair Massa, will you second the motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Mahan, will you start the discussion?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The importance of this landmark and this place within this scenic landmark is highlighted by the amount of questions that the commissioners had and by the quantity of careful and impassioned testimony. That being said, I think the application is so carefully considered and well resolved. I find it to be quite straightforward. It cleans up, some clearly problematic issues at the boathouse having to do with function and storage and accessibility. Introduces, accessibility not only to this, particular place, but also to an entire area of the park that needs it. It resolves functional needs that are clearly well demonstrated by the kind of ad hoc, approach to solving those needs that has come about in recent years. I find the architectural design and execution to be perfectly harmonious with the historic building and its environs, while still being sort of respectfully standing away from the original. There are subtle contemporary nods to differentiate it and ensure that the new aspects are of their time. There's a contemporary feeling marquee and detailing in the brickwork and ribbon windows perhaps that subtly indicate the era in which this addition is built, while still relating it well to the historic building. Subtle cues are used for identity and wayfinding, such as the copper colored paneling, the marquee I noted, and the whimsical gates. So I find this entirely appropriate, lovely. I think the replacing the sandbox with a raised planter, is kind of a no-brainer. Those things are great, but they have their place. I've spent some time watching them as a parent of a young child. So I think this is a great proposal. Can't wait to visit it.
Okay, Commissioner Wilder.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a great presentation, great project. I think great use of the site is behind the building and solving a direct problem. Great use of just program. I think it was pretty smart to relocate the restrooms to the same side to actually help with the design and kind of justify some of the decisions that were made in doing that. Doors with the those, with the green roof at the existing. I little torn in terms of land. I do recognize that the sandbox is probably outdated in its how it would be used today. sure if the actual design of that sandbox can't be repurposed as a hope the applicant can maybe investigate that a little further. Yeah, I think that's probably the
Okay, Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I agree. I think that this design and the plan was clearly very well thought out. And I really appreciate all of the careful attention to detail that you have put in. I agree that moving all the bathrooms to one side and increasing the stalls and making it accessible is going to be a big boon for the people who are using it. Moving the concession to the other side makes a lot of sense. I like how you've done so much restoration work and very carefully thought as to what is new here and then what is older. I also even like the whimsical detail of the new fence that you've put up. And I think it's clear that it's a contemporary addition with a nautical theme. I really like basically everything that you've done. I know that there were some comments about the sandbox, but I guess you're going to convert that into a planter. And I think it's important that you noted that we have access to 2 other sandboxes in the area. So I don't think that detracts in any way. And I think that, I think I read through the community board submissions as well, and they were all very enthusiastic in their support. And I think one of them put it very well that it's wonderful because you really do a good job in balancing historic preservation with modern functionality and accessibility. And I think that really sums up how I feel about this presentation, and I enthusiastically support it.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
So I agree with my fellow commissioners. I have to also say that as a kid, I built a little model sailboat, much smaller than the ones you showed, and watch it typically sail around in circles in the pond. But this is a great place, and the renovations and additions make total sense, and I find this appropriate and a significant improvement.
Commissioner Chen.
I echo all the sentiments. As a kid also, I built model, but not to the degree, and they do go around in circles. And on the other matter about the sandbox, since I'm a snap shooter photographer, one of the biggest fear I have is the sand getting into my equipment. But that's not landmark related, but I just want to commend the Central Park Conservancy and everyone involved for a wonderful, wonderful project. This is commendable, and it's going to be such a vast improvement for the public, for the city, and for everyone who enjoy it. My only comment is that I think the bathroom will be undersized, given how popular it is and how the city lacks its public facilities. But other than that, I echo the sentiment. I can't wait to see this when it's finished.
Commissioner Quimby.
Yes, very much so that I enjoy the reimagining of the programming. And also making the building a place on the site as well and enhancing it. I think my comments are just a little nitpicky, more or less. But I'd like to point out that the new wings are attached to 3 facades of the existing building. So the detailing of that really needs to be done correctly. And then also noting that the wings themselves in the hillside are creating a court. So potentially just look at what that area is and potentially maybe something greater can be made out from that. And lastly, I may look again at the painted green paneling throughout. I think the roof is enough. Maybe potentially a new material or color should be chosen. But overall, I like the project.
Thank you. And I should have noted before that Commissioner Stephen Chu is recused from this item. Commissioner Jefferson?
I must commend you because conceptually what you did was to make almost a symmetrical existing building, add additions to it and try to keep the symmetry. But what even more important than that, you kept the sculptural quality of the form because that beautiful form of the roof coming down is what makes this building special. And I think you did that. The questions we have here is the additions work well, almost symmetrical, and that the masonry openings I think are well thought through and done properly. And the security gate I found fascinating. I didn't quite understand the symbolism of the curve and the vertical, but I thought it was interesting and it worked well.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Okay, lovely project. Couple of comments. I do think that you should work with the staff on the benches. I think there is something to the fact that if Embry design important to the design, I think it's fine to relocate them, renumber them, but I think the choice of them design is important, and to the extent that you can preserve and relocate, that's better. I think that I've seen a lot of green painted metal that's supposed to look like copper. It doesn't really look like copper. I would say either go with copper or go with a different material that doesn't look like a bad imitation of copper. The copper is such an important aspect of this particular building. I think you got to either do it or do something else. Otherwise, and I think you should work with the staff to make sure that the air conditioning is not visible from the interior of the building. And more significantly, perhaps for our purposes, that it will be concealed generally from most views, which I think it will be, but I think you just work with staff on that.
Okay, great. Commissioner Mann, I think we'd want you to read the motion, and I think there's been a recommendation to work with staff on a couple issues. We can.
I think there's more than enough votes to approve this project as is, but I think the request to explore some of the issues raised with staff regarding the benches and the mechanical equipment and the choice of the green metal material is something that we can continue to do with the applicant.
Regarding LPC 26-10943, Central Park Kerbs Memorial Boathouse Scenic Landmark, a boathouse designed by Amar Embury II and built in 1954 with an English Romantic style public park designed in 1857 to 58 by Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux. Application is to construct additions, modify masonry openings, and install a canopy and security gates. I recommend that a favorable report be issued, finding that the work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural or landscape features, that the proposed work will increase the number of public bathrooms and consolidate support spaces for existing concessionary use, thereby improving the public amenities and the building's functionality. That the replacement of the existing ad hoc structures at the back of the site with the simply designed symmetrical additions will help eliminate visual clutter and support the primacy of the existing boathouse and surrounding landscape. That the red brick cladding, granite bases, and copper coping covers at the additions and the red brickwork and bluestone copings at the retaining walls will be consistent with the existing building and terrace in terms of materials and finishes, thereby helping to form a unified composition. That the notched connection points and subtle differentiation of the additions from the existing building through the use of different design details will help maintain a sense of the original building's identity and massing. That the additions, due to their limited height and placement behind the existing building and within the densely planted buffer zone at the edge of the park and below the grade level of the nearby Fifth Avenue sidewalk will have a discrete presence and will not diminish any significant vistas within the park. That the proposed copper canopy featuring pin-mounted lettering and downlighting, and the black painted metal security gates at and near the rear of the original building will support wayfinding and security and will feature materials, finishes, and a level of ornamentation compatible with the building design. That replacing two utilitarian doors with multi-light metal windows and associated reduction to the size of the masonry openings will not alter the building's overall design and organization. That the translucent window glazing, including a clear exterior pane and a textured inner pane, will obscure views of the restrooms while maintaining the window's characteristic sense of depth. That the replacement of the simply designed sandpit with a similarly scaled masonry planter will be compatible with the terrace design. And that the proposed work will not detract from any significant historic architectural features of the boathouse or the naturalistic character of the park, and that the applicant will work with staff to further investigate the color of the feature walls, the benches, and the visibility of the mechanical equipment.
Yeah, and just noting that it's a recommendation for those things to just explore those with staff. Okay, Commissioner Wilder, could you second the motion?
Okay.
And John, can you please call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayen,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
9 in favor, none opposed. The motion passes.
Right, that's approved. We'll move to the next item. That's public hearing item number 9, LPC 26-10084, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1896, Lot 20, 601 to 603 West 114th Street, aka 2921 to 2927 Broadway in the Morningside Heights Historic District. This is a Gothic Revival style church building and attached church house designed by Louis E. Gelade and built in 1911 to 12. The application is to modify entry stairs and construct a barrier-free access ramp.
Commissioners. Oh, well, I was seeing a nod and I decided to
You're
take
free to start. Just say your name for the record. You may begin.
You can start.
You,
Yes.
there we go. So my name is the Reverend Chris Shelton, and I am the pastor at the Broadway Presbyterian Church there at 114th Street. And we are, of course, eager for your support for our accessibility ramp project. At Broadway, we take seriously our call to love our neighbors. For us, welcome is much more than a word of greeting. Welcome is the word that puts our faith in action. At Broadway, week in and week out, we welcome hundreds of guests to our soup kitchen and our food pantry programs. We welcome our friends journeying through homelessness. We are the only church in Manhattan that provides shelter to the general homeless audience at this time. We provide health care from our medical team, showers and laundry from our dignity staff, guidance through the many challenges of the housing and human resources system, and so much more. Our nursery school and music programs welcome toddlers and their stroller-driving grown-ups. And our parish hall is home to senior choirs and exercise programs. And while we are grateful that our work has enriched many lives, we are deeply aware that many people are excluded from our programs by our lack of accessibility. Our welcome is therefore limited. Our ancestors gave us a lovely building, but they fell short in providing for those persons who struggle to navigate stairs. They could not have imagined, for example, the commitment and the fortitude of O'Brien Bissou, who passed away last year. At 101 years old, O'Brien was our congregation's eldest member, and he was determined to be a part of our worshiping community up until 6 months before he passed, even though it took 3 of us and a lot of grace and a lot of patience to support him up our stairs every Sunday. What's more, 114 years ago, our ancestors could not have envisioned that we might someday distribute more than 270,000 pounds of food per year
to our hungry neighbors, nor could they have known how much work it takes to get that up and down those stairs. We are determined to be better neighbors to all the guests who visit us, to the neighbors across Morningside Heights. This ramp will add to the experience of beauty in our community, both inside and out. Inside, we will be able to welcome more people to the rich series of concerts that come to life in our warm and inviting sanctuary. And outside, we will be reusing reclaimed stones from our 2017 envelope restoration project. So it's not precisely the case that we're adding something entirely new to our building. We're just rearranging what our ancestors gave us so that our welcome can be that much more complete. I join with our neighbors in thanking you for your support and in thanking James, who will present for us today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rusiello, Preservation Staff. Thank you, Reverend Shelton. And I'm also joined by the architect, Barbara Ronska-Kusi, of Bone Levine. And forgive me, I'm just going to try to be a little quick here. The subject church building and the attached church house at the northwest corner of 114th and Broadway has 3 primary entrances. The church house provides services to a range of community members of different ages and currently is addressed by 5 steps, which creates difficulties accessing the church house. The application is to construct a barrier-free entrance ramp that provides access to both of these buildings, and the architects have studied the access situations extensively and concluded that a ramp at the Broadway entry, you can see that over here. It's labeled Church Main Entry. They've concluded that that would block a main access door. The church tower entry below in this corner features 2 steps and would require a complicated ramp and lifts within the tower into the sanctuary level to make it accessible. In addition, the exterior ramp would require revocable consent. The subsequent interior photos on the following slides will document the difficulties in creating the ramps for the sanctuary spaces. The third and the current proposal is to construct a ramp at the church house westernmost entrance that will provide access to both the church house and the sanctuary and will not require revocable consent. The ramp will be constructed slightly cantilevered by an inch into the light wells. And let me just show you that. Excuse me. That's what it's trying to show. And the ramp will be constructed slightly cantilevered into the light wells by an inch to the minimal required width. The granite light well service stair that you can see on the screen right now will be reconstructed to the higher ramp landing. And the ramp will be relocating the trash enclosures currently on site and require the removal of half the granite steps. And we can, yep, there you see. Yeah. Require half the granite steps and the relocation of the other half farther out with the reused granite pavers to create an enlarged landing. The black finished steel picket, and here is the proposed ramp design. The ramp will be detailed to match the schist and cast stone trim of the facade, and the black finished steel picket railing will feature brass handrails and a top brass rail, and the railings will clip onto the curb to maintain that minimum required width to not intrude into revocable consent. Pickets are proposed to extend to the end on both sides, given the deep light wells. So if there's any technical questions, the architect is here to answer your questions. Thank you.
Commissioners, do we have any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. Let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify on this item? Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. The first speaker will be Megan Fitzpatrick.
Hello, Commissioners. Megan Fitzpatrick speaking on behalf of Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee strongly supports efforts to improve accessibility and encourages the stewards of historic landmarks, particularly public-facing institutions such as houses of worship, to make their buildings welcoming and accessible to all. While the proposed intervention is located at what may be considered a secondary entrance, the existing three-sided staircase is an especially appealing and architecturally distinctive feature of the building. The proposed ramp would substantially obscure and alter this notable feature. We encourage the applicant to explore alternative solutions that would achieve the same accessibility goals with less impact on the historic fabric. In particular, the Broadway entrance may present a more suitable opportunity as its wider configuration and lower elevation change could accommodate an accessible entrance with a less intrusive design. The committee also encourages consideration of a sensitively designed platform lift or stair lift, which may provide accessibility while preserving the visual prominence and integrity of the historic staircase. We urge the applicant to continue studying alternatives that balance accessibility and preservation. Thank you.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Committee Board 9 recommends approval.
Would you like to respond to any of the testimony?
So we considered, yes, Barbara Ronska, Kusibon Levin Architects. Good evening, Commissioners. So we carefully considered all three options to all three entrances. The Broadway option, okay, so the main goal of that ramp is to connect to the church house, not to the church. Church is important as well, but the main activities happen on that southwest corner where the church house is located. So the Broadway option, the blue ramp, would lead to the main entry. From there, we would need to turn down to the tower. There are 2 steps here. Then from the tower, we have to take 2 steps up. Then we have to go through the side nave of the church, turn again to find the way to the spot that we need to be. So it's a long way. It would require separating the nave of the church with the screens, which is shown here on these 2 bottom row pictures. It would eliminate a lot from the church space, would change its symmetry, would also create some level of noise between the church functions and the entry. It would be also the most visible ramp. Similarly, if we locate it to the side of the tower, we would need to create another ramp right at this passage. We would need to raise the floor in the tower and then back to the screened nave and to get here. And the third proposed solution, the least visible from the Broadway side, yet visible from 114th Street, through the 3-sided stairs. Yes, the landing of those stairs is too small, so therefore we need to reconfigure it and move entire stair down and to the west, and half of the stairs would be buried. There is no other way to achieve legal ADA entry without that solution. And so there is a question about stair lift. Yes, we were thinking about it. However, activities at this community entrance and service entrance are frequent, and sometimes it's hard to predict when those happen. They happen throughout the day. So using that lift on and off all the day, having one stroller waiting downstairs and one loaded box waiting above, that's not a solution for this particular situation. So if this was only for the church from the Broadway side, yes, but this is serving the community activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. When people go to church service, people who, how do they get in if they're in a wheelchair or right now?
Right now,
So we have, I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but we have some portable ramps that we have from time to time used, although we don't feel terribly comfortable using them. Most of the time, we find able-bodied folks who are willing to come and to lift, which is not the most dignified way to come into the building.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Goldblum, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Chu, will you second the motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner, or Vice Chair Master, would you start the discussion?
Sure. I think that the applicant has very carefully thought through where the best access point is for ADA barrier-free access. And I think that they've justified why the place that they've chosen to access the church house is the best way. And so I can find this appropriate. And I think, it's very important, obviously, for the church and its functions to have this ramp. And I'm thinking not just for wheelchair access, but also for strollers and anything else where you have a lot of traffic coming in and out and carrying things and, maybe with, lifting things that I'm sure that you come in and out all the time. So I can find this appropriate. And I wanted to thank you for going through all of the other options in such a careful way.
Commissioner Wilder?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to the applicant. I think they gave a very detailed presentation and I think was prepared for any questions that would kind of challenge the location. I've been in front of the church on Broadway several times, and I do know the amount of people that kind of stand outside and try to get into the space. And just thinking about how that entrance looks, I tend to forget that there's other entrances on the other side. And I think in choosing the location on 114th Street, I think that is the right choice, although, it is a higher elevation, but that elevation has to be figured out somewhere. And I think this is probably the best location to do it. So I can find it appropriate.
Commissioner Mann?
I concur with my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Goldblum?
Me too. I think it's a great solution, and I would recommend the pass for any ADA presentation. It was a really great kind of contextualization of the need for this kind of thing and its importance.
Commissioner Jefferson?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chu?
Appropriate. I think this is going to make welcoming accessibility much better to the facility. Just a minor thought. I'm not so sure that the base of the ramp needs to be of a stone that is in keeping with the facade. I think it could be simplified because it is clearly element. And the other thing is if the applicant maybe just look at with staff, I think the thing that's the most challenging is and I've looked at these kinds of conditions many times. I don't know how to solve this one in terms of making it feel more cohesive. It does solve the problem, and I think it's appropriate. I just wondered whether or not at the top where the landing of the ramp, one might consider a curve instead of a 90-degree, because I think it's that split on the elevation that makes it harsh, and it may help the stair actually feel welcoming on two sides and not just to one side. But that's something I think they can look at with staff and just adjust. But otherwise appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Quimby,
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Ginsburg?
Appropriate.
Okay, I think we have the votes to, or the vote to move forward. Commissioner or Vice Chair Master, could you read the motion?
Sure. In the matter of LPC 26-10084, 601-603 West 114th Street, AKA 2921-2927 Broadway, Morningside Heights Historic District. A Gothic Revival style church building and attached church house designed by Louis E. Gillade and built in 1911-1912. Application is to modify entry stairs and construct a barrier-free access ramp. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Morningside Heights Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the removal and relocation of portions of the historic granite steps at a primary entrance that serves both a sanctuary and service halls will provide barrier-free access into the building in the least intrusive manner possible. That the materials of the proposed ramp, consisting of schist cladding, concrete paving, and black metal picket railings with a bronze handrail, will be harmonious with existing materials found at the sidewalk and facade, that the placement and design of the ramp is restricted by an adjacent deep areaway and narrow sidewalk condition, thereby necessitating the bisection of the entrance stairs for the ramp and landing, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or historic district, and that you can continue to work with staff on finalizing the details.
Commissioner Wilder, will you second the motion?
Second.
And John, can you please call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Vice Chair Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum, Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved. Thank you very much, and please do continue to work with staff. Go to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 10, LPC 26-08855, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 2067, Lot 30, 43 St. Nicholas Place in the Hamilton Heights, Sugar Hill Northwest Historic District. This is a Northern Renaissance style row house designed by Clarence True and built in 1894-95. And the application is to modify an opening, replace infill, modify ironwork, and construct a rooftop bulkhead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joe Urso with the Preservation staff. I will be presenting for 43 St. Nicholas Place. And the applicants, Jonna Reinstrom, Scott Oliver, and Margarita McGrath are here to answer any questions that you may have. I will keep this brief. 43 St. Nicholas Place is currently occupied by the headquarters for Coda Alliance, and this work is intended to help cater to the current use of the building. On this page, we see its location along the far eastern edge of the Hamilton Heights Sugar Hill Historic District. This page shows the building early in its life. Note the point of entry at the central portal, which has since been removed. Here we see, here we see the building as it exists today. The central portal has been made into a window, and metal fencing has been added at the areaway. Hold on. This doesn't seem like the right. I think this is a different presentation, but I'll do my best. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I'm going to focus on, I'm sorry, this is, okay. So here we see This page shows the purpose for executing the proposed work, both at the facade and at the roof. Here we see the building as it relates to the other buildings in the row. Here we have existing and proposed elevations. Here we see, I'm sorry.
This is showing the proposal has two components. At the ground floor, they're going to be lowering the center masonry opening. That masonry opening had already been altered. It previously had a stoop and entrance there. So they're bringing the proposals to bring a grade and make an at-grade entrance. And this shows the design of the new proposed infill at that dropped entrance, as well as at the side bay. It's no longer going to be residential use, so the design is catering to it as being a community facility. So this is one aspect of the proposal. They're also removing the center section of the modern areaway fencing. They have tall areaway fencing in front of the building. So their intention is to keep the left and right side and just remove the center section that will be in front of their main entrance. In addition to that, at the roof of the building, they're proposing a bulkhead. So and they have a specific design that they'd like you to see, which is visible from public thoroughfare. So Joe's going to run through. Joe was out for a couple of days and I was filling in, so I'm
Yes, apologies. Okay. So it's a very simple design for the rooftop bulkhead. It's tucked back behind one of the adjacent buildings. It is only partially visible from a public thoroughfare. The materials are very basic, consisting of glazing and standing seam metal. Here we just have an elevation of the south facade showing the existing and proposed conditions, existing and proposed roof plans, building sections, enlarged sections of the bulkhead itself, renderings showing the glazing and materials. And there was also an in-depth visibility study from up and down St. Nicholas Place to show the degree of visibility of the bulkhead. Please note in these photos, red tape has been applied to the existing mock-up to show the revised placement and bulk of the rooftop addition. From West 151st Street or 152nd Street. And that concludes the presentation. Again, the applicants are here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg?
Looking at the section, I realize you've tried to mirror the slope of the existing, but you could make it much less visible by not popping up. Is there any reason that that would not be possible?
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. My name's Margarita McGrath. I'm with No Roof Architects, and thank you for hearing our appeal tonight. We considered carefully the shape of the bulkhead, and this particular design was actually suggested by one of the staff members that we met with first, not either of these two lovely people, but an early one. The anomaly of the block, having that exposed party wall because of the existing commercial building, the 2 stories, what we were trying to do is it shouldn't be, you shouldn't see that party wall. And so rather than putting inventing a new geometry to solve the bulkhead, what we decided to do is architecturally recognize the anomaly and then mimic the gable around it. But yes, it could slope more down and not be the same geometry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jefferson?
The entry, you have to go down steps, right? Go to the entry, the modification to the entry.
So currently there's an interior staircase inside of the side entry, and these
handicap lift. How did the handicap get in?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm supposed to be doing these slides. Okay, can you ask your question?
How does the handicap access work?
Ah, yes. There we go. So this is the first step in a series of planned renovations to create the handicap access that all of us want in our public buildings. The current condition now is you go inside and you go up 3 steps. What we're planning to do is we're going to have a stair lift there for baby carriages and people with mobility needs. And then there's going to be a Lula elevator that you can see on the right, probably the 3rd phase of the project that will provide greater access. We considered multiple schemes using ramps on the outside and decided that that was not historically appropriate. On the inside, it took up all of the space, and so this was the final design.
There's lift on
So you'll come in at grade into a reception area and then come up a lift, and then eventually there'll be a Lula to take you up to the 2nd floor. The first 2 floors of the building are for public use.
Commissioner Wilder?
So is the existing door that is at grade, is that not wide enough, or is it?
It's only
open?
32 inches wide, so no, it is not wide enough.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Okay, not seeing anybody in the room. Let's move to Elizabeth Lee for testimony on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Manhattan Community Ward 9 recommends denial and suggests a less obtrusive bulkhead design with historically appropriate materials, and one individual is recommending denial as well.
Would you like to respond to that testimony from?
Yes, I would. So we have presented to the community board subcommittee several times. The board had internal challenges in being able to discuss the response to our proposal for the building and discuss other issues. That said, we did do several revisions. The 3rd one that you see here with the red tape to move it back off of the facade. The historic materials, what we're doing is we're following the same language of the building. The cladding for the bulkhead is going to be a contemporary version of the asphalt roof shingles that are currently on the building, and we'll match them in tone. And the idea is that it'll be a light standing seam metal that will reflect the sky and also be the same color as the adjacent roof that you can see right here in this photo. Yana, would you like to?
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, are there any final questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and close the hearing. Vice Chair Master, will you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Commissioner Ginsburg, could you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Wilder, will you start the discussion?
Thank you. Yeah, so the 2 things that we're looking at here are the head and entrance, or proposed new entrance for ADA accessibility. In terms of the bulkhead, I think if there's an opportunity to reduce the visibility of the roof bulkhead, then you probably should. I don't know what the final shape or outline would be, but it could imply that it was originally too visible. So I think the applicant should try to reduce the bulkhead. In terms of the center window at the facade at the front, I think I can find it appropriate, noting that I think this is probably a better solution than widening the other door, which is at grade level. And I think there are precedents that show that this has been done before, and I can find it acceptable, appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Mann?
I think the changes to the entrance for accessibility are appropriate and well done. I think that the visibility of the bulkhead should be reduced by lowering the slope to match the slope of the stair, which is all that should be required. And I don't think it should have glazing on the south side in the image here, although that possibility perhaps may be limited when the angle is changed. Thank you.
Commissioner Goldblum?
I like the bulkhead as is. I think it works with the gable. I think it talks to it. I don't think you're going to get rid of the visibility. If you're going to have something visible, it might as well kind of be in sync with the building. But I could, if everyone else is going that way, I certainly could vote for it. I think that on the ground level, the fence change is fine, although I would have suggested that instead of messing with the fence, they knock out the fence and just extend the stone walls from the stoop next door, which would have restored a semblance of the stoop, or an echo of the stoop that used to be there. Would have been a little better, but again, I think it's appropriate as is. I'll go along with everybody.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I think modifying an opening, I think, is appropriate. Replacing infill, I think, is appropriate. Modify areaway ironwork, also appropriate. Rooftop bulkhead, I think they should take a look at that with the staff.
Commissioner Chu?
I think that everything that has been said, I'm in agreement with. I think just reduce the bulkheads, visibility. The entry at grade, I think, is appropriate. My only recommendation is, they probably looked at this, but if you are doing all that work to make it accessible, if you could have brought that grade level to the elevator and sacrifice, a couple feet of headroom below you in that space, it would actually make the whole accessibility much more welcoming, as opposed to the airlift or Lula and going to another elevator. So, but as proposed, I think the facade work and comment about the bulkhead, I think are appropriate.
Commissioner Quimby?
I find the proposed entry into the building to be appropriate. I would say reduce the slope or the angle of the bulkhead and also remove the glazing from it on that sidewall.
Commissioner Chen?
I concur with the comments, and I think I leave it to the commissioners to see whether you want to reduce that bulkhead. I'm fine with Goldblum on this one, but if it helps to reduce the visibility and the majority wants to do that, I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Entrance is fine, and I think they should reduce the bulkhead.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Wilder and Commissioner Mahan.
Okay. We can move to approve. Yeah, sorry. So, sorry. Commissioner Wilder, could you please read the motion?
And in the matter of LPC, that's 26-08855, 43 St. Nicholas Place, Hamilton Heights, Sugar Hill, Northwest Historic District, Northern Renaissance style row house designed by Clarence True and built in 1894-1895. Application is to modify an opening, replace infill, modify areaway ironwork, and construct a rooftop bulkhead. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Hamilton Heights, Sugar Hill, Northwest Historic District. I further note that the building's central low stoop and entrance were removed prior to designation. I recommend approval without modifications, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the lengthening of the ground floor opening at the front facade will return the facade closer to its historic composition, featuring the main entrance at the center bay, that the proposed black painted multi-light wood doors and transom will be simply designed and typical in terms of proportions, material, and finish, that the removal of the center portion of the existing modern areaway fencing will be harmonious with the organization of the base, including the centered main entrance, and with the variety of compositions of areaway fencing and walls throughout the streetscape, that the gray painted metal-clad stair bulkhead will be simply designed typical in form and material and neutral in finish, and that the bulkhead will only be visible from public thoroughfares over a secondary facade and setback from the gable roof. However, note that the stair bulkhead features an unusually steep slope, which will be highly visible over the lot line facade in the context of the historic gable roof profile. Therefore, I recommend that the bulkhead be sloped less steeply, reducing its height and visibility.
Okay, Commissioner Ginsburg, can you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, could you please call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Commissioner Master,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu, Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldman, Commissioner Equimbe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 10 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That's been approved. Please continue to work with the staff on the bulkhead issue. And let's move to the next item.
Next item is public hearing item number 11, LPC 26-11219, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 248, Lot 15, 98 Montague Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a hotel building designed by Frank Helmley and built in 1909, and the application is to construct rooftop and courtyard additions and install rooftop mechanical equipment and install a new window assembly and a blind opening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ward Dennis with Higgins, Quays, Barth and Partners. I'm joined by Jonathan Taylor from my office, Paul Albano, Jim Davison, and Sean Woodruff from SLCE Architects, and Kathleen Urbani from Samara Road, the developers. We're here to talk about the Bossert Hotel, which is in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District on Hicks between Montague and Remsen. View of the building in its current condition. This building has been vacant, unused for about a dozen years or more. It underwent a conversion to a hotel that failed, never opened, and Samara Road acquired the building about a year ago and is rehabilitating the building for residential use. The actions in front of you today include rooftop addition, reconfiguring existing rooftop additions, and one new window opening on Remsen Street in an existing blind arch opening. Just briefly on the history of the building was originally conceived as a full block building designed by Helmley and Huberty, one of Brooklyn's most prominent architects at the beginning of the 20th century. Interestingly, it was built in two phases. 1908, the Montague Street side was done, and then in 1912, they extended the building down to Remsen Street. If it weren't for these photos, you would be hard-pressed to tell that it was a two-phase project. In 1916, importantly, a rooftop restaurant, the Marine Roof Restaurant, opened in the building in a rooftop addition, which you can see in the photo on the left and the photo on the top right. It's a very bad negative, but you can see that addition sitting up here, very prominently visible here and here, and then a view below from within the rooftop restaurant. That restaurant was active until shortly after World War II. You can see it as well in these photos, looking down Montague Street on the left and then looking north on Hicks on the right. This is that enclosure for the restaurant here. It occupied most of what is the 13th floor, but not the entire front. And you can see it here. It sat directly behind the parapet wall. And then some historic views from the rear showing, again, the main body of the building and then the addition for the Marine Roof Restaurant, which was readable as well from the rear. Obviously, this is a very tall building, 12 stories tall to the cornice line, so very visible within the low-slung Brooklyn Heights Historic District. And now some existing condition photos, view on the left from Montague Street looking east, and a view on the right looking from Remsen across a park. The rooftop marine roof restaurant was removed in the 1990s, and a new two-story rooftop addition was constructed as part of the watchtower's use of the building. And I'll show you in some more detail later, but what we're looking at here is the railing for the 13th floor with a partial 14th floor and then a large mechanical enclosure occupying the rest of the 14th floor, both of which are visible from the surrounding streets and as well from the rear. Important to note, none of the original 1916 rooftop addition remains after the 1990s conversion. This is just a view on Remsen Street. This window or blind opening on the right, which is historic, original to the building, is proposed to be opened and replaced with windows matching the rest of the windows across the building. The louvers here as well will be removed. There is also obviously a lot of restoration work happening elsewhere on the building, which we're working with the staff on. And then just some views at the roof showing the existing conditions. These are the 1990s rooftop reconfigurations that were done by Watchtower. On the right, we're looking down to the 13th floor with the main cornice behind. So this is sort of a canted, not sort of, it is a canted front wall behind the cornice, and then the 14th floor occupiable at the south end. On the left photo, you can see the beginnings of the mechanical enclosure at the 14th floor, which rises higher than the parapet of the occupiable space. And then some additional photos from around. A lot of the views that we're looking at here are blocked by the enclosures from the street, but there is a lot of mechanical equipment on all of the various roofs. A lot of what we are proposing here is cleaning up a lot of this and regularizing the roofscape. Further views here, I'm happy to come back as needed. So on the left is the existing condition as constructed in the 1990s, with a full 13th floor across the front of the building with that slanted front roof, and then the partial 14th floor that occupies the southern half of the building, and then the larger mechanical enclosure with visible mechanical equipment on the lower roofs north and south. The proposal is to reconstruct the 13th floor in the same footprint with a straight vertical wall, and then a setback of 17 feet to the 14th floor, which becomes a lateral extension to the north, and then a new 15th floor above with the mechanical equipment consolidated and located behind mechanical screens at the 14th floor roof and at the 15th floor roof. And then just a view from the rear showing similarly the rooftop addition, which becomes a one-story addition at the rear. Also to note, the center light court that you see here in the existing, we are proposing to fill in, and there will be balconies with glass railing set back a foot or so from the rear facade of the building. The materials at the primary facades on the rooftop addition are porcelanosa tile, which is similar in color and appearance to the limestone and light-colored brick of the building. And then at the rear facade, we are proposing brick. We're showing it in a slightly different color from the brick below to distinguish new from old. That was a discussion we had within the team a number of times, and this is where we landed. And then just roof plan, again, I can come back to this, but showing where the existing mechanical equipment is, and then the consolidation And then a typical floor plan on a lower floor, this is that center light court. This is the infill. You note that the two wings of the building here do not exactly line up. So we are just barely, the balcony is just barely set back from this left north wing and further set back from the right south wing. And then obviously the facade of the building of the extension is more deeply set back by about 7 feet. Elevation showing existing and proposed. I can go through these quickly and come back as you like. They're very similar to what we saw in the axons, but the existing 13th story and partial 14th story, reconfigured 13th story, reconfigured 14th story, and new 15th story with mechanical. And then elevations on Montague on the left and Remsen on the right, again noting the infill window. We have a detail coming up and I will show you that. And that's here. So as I mentioned, this is a historic condition, a blind opening. I'm not really sure what the purpose was, but the proposal is to match the windows. So these two windows will be replaced, but this one is removing a historic original condition to insert a window. It continues the pattern of fenestration across all three facades. So I think is quite appropriate in that respect. Returning now to the rear elevation, this is that center light court, and then this is the new infill for the balconies. The balconies do have glass railings and then windows set back from the facade, and then you can see the reconfigured 13th, 14th, and new 15th story above. Section details through the light courts and section details through the north light court. And then a zoomed in detail at the rooftop addition. So the existing condition has the 13th floor, as I mentioned, with a canted west-facing wall immediately behind the cornice. The proposal is to construct a straight wall in roughly the same position, set back a little bit further than at the bottom, but closer in than at the top. And then the 14th and 15th floor step back by 17 feet, and then the mechanical sits on top. And then further details for the upper level parapets. I'm happy to come back to these if there are questions on any of these details. And then details at the rear. And then for materials, we're looking at a light colored painted aluminum for the mechanical enclosures, which will have obviously the vertical supports and then louvers across. Similarly, we will use the same painted metal for the metal components of the railings, which are glass and metal railings. And then that porcelanosa tile, which is intended to complement and be similar to, but not identical to, the materials on the primary facade. And as I mentioned, at the rear facade, the east-facing secondary facade, the materials will be brick. So we did construct a mock-up on the roof. You can see the mock-up here from below. I'll take you through the visibility starting on Montague Street, looking west. Again, obviously, the building is very prominently visible in its existing condition. You can see here the additional, the reconfiguration of 13th and 14th story, and then the balconies there. Moving in a little bit closer, we can see the balconies better in this view. Again, set back slightly with glass railings, and then reconfigured and new occupiable space at the roof. Generally, from closer in, the mechanical equipment is not visible or minimally visible. But as you get further away, you do start to see the mechanical equipment. This is the view from Montague looking east towards the building. The existing condition and the mock-up, the reconfigured 13th story. The 14th story is largely blocked from view here, and then we do see part of the 15th story and a little bit of a stair bulkhead at the roof. This is a view from Remsen Street, again, looking east. It's largely blocked, obviously, but the existing condition, we see 13th and 14th stories and mechanical equipment, bulkheads, and water tower at the roof. More regularized additions in the proposed. This is similar to that earlier view we saw of the marine roof looking northeast across the open space. So we can see the existing rooftop additions are visible, mock-up, and then this is from these further distances are where we start to see some of the mechanical equipment. And then this is looking south on Hicks Street from about a block and a half or so away. Existing condition, and then 13th, 14th, and you can see there is mechanical equipment on the 15th floor roof that's visible from this location. And then this is a view north on Hicks Street, similar to what we saw in some of the historic views where the marine roof was visible from this location. And then we're also seeing the mechanical equipment here. And then from the rear coming around on Remsen, the existing 13th and 14th stories are visible from here, largely glass. We're reconfiguring and doing more punched openings, which is more, I think, in keeping with the openings on the rear of the facade. There is a small area from the promenade where the Montague Street side is visible, but it's at a very oblique and distant angle. And then there is a small slice of visibility directly east from Henry Street between two lower buildings where that infill, particularly that infill of the center court, would be visible. And then there is visibility from Brooklyn Bridge Park. We're showing you two views here from very far away, obviously. Existing on the left, proposed on the right. And then this is from further south within the park. And that brings me back to here. So as I mentioned, the project before you includes the infill of the window here on Remsen Street, which is appropriate. It continues the fenestration pattern at the base of the building. And then at the roof, reconfiguring the 13th and 14th stories in line with the history of the building, having visible rooftop additions. This is obviously a very large building that can handle visible additions. It has had visible additions throughout its history. Much of what we're doing is taking more cacophonous organization of rooftop landscape and reconfiguring it and consolidating it and trying to tie it more into the architecture of the building itself. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, quick question. Did you consider any other building material colors or?
We looked at, for the primary facades or for the rear facades, or both?
Both.
Yes, we looked at many materials. We looked at, for the front facade, we were looking at something, we were trying to identify something that complemented the existing light-colored brick and limestone and terracotta, but didn't try to match it exactly. We were also trying to going for a color that provided a bit of a contrast to the cornice itself so that it would not completely blend in with the cornice and thus reduce sort of the impact of the visibility of the cornice. I know we looked at other limestone panels. I think early on we considered stucco and dismissed that. And then at the rear, I think always had brick. As I mentioned, we went to make a distinction between the addition and the lower part of the brick, but that's really an aesthetic choice that maybe is a bit too much in the weeds of the National Park Service than this agency, but we're happy to work with staff on that.
Commissioner Ginsburg.
Few questions. What's happening inside the penthouse? Like in the 15th floor, which is totally new, what's in there?
It'll be apartments.
It will be all
Yeah.
apartments. And the 13th floor, why are you rebuilding the sloped wall? Is it structurally not sound or just not liked or what?
I think it's to provide better light into the apartments and also visibility out of the apartment.
And if you're rebuilding it, could you pull it back from the street facade, or are there structural reasons you couldn't do that?
I don't think there are structural reasons, are there? Why don't you come up and introduce yourself first?
Jim Davidson, again, SLC Architects. We are reconstructing portions of the structural roof anyway at 13 to reinforce that. In any event, we felt that from a livable and marketable point of view, it'd be better to have a vertical wall. And you're asking if we could pull it back. Technically, we could do that, but at the expense of the product within the apartment.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, in terms of the infill in the rear facade, why did you choose porcelain cladding and glass railings?
At the rear facade, it is brick. It's not, we don't have the.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's brick. The texture of the brick is to match the existing brick, which is at the rear of the building. And the color is to emulate a limestone, but just a tad off. So there would be a distinction between the added 3 floors and these.
And then the glass railing?
That was an aesthetic choice, marketing choice. It was a comment from the community board about that. And I think, we could certainly work with staff to change that to a metal railing or something more appropriate.
Commissioner Jefferson.
The proportions of the existing windows, are they the same proportion you're using on the roof addition?
What we're trying to do is to emulate the vocabulary of the existing windows throughout the body of the building. So we've gone to purposefully vertical windows, and sometimes we've paired the windows. As you can see, there is a rhythm of single windows and grouped windows. And what we're doing is to try to emulate that rhythm on all the additional floors.
Did you see the penthouse, the roof addition, as a crown, or you saw it as, how did you?
Well, well, we actually were very impressed, of course, by the overall symmetry of the building. And what we're allergic to actually was the asymmetry and very ad hoc nature of the existing addition. So what we tried to do was to set back at the north and south facades in a symmetrical fashion, and then to set back again, and then to set back on the 15th floor, creating terraces at the north and south as well. So it's very much of a quieter wedding cake approach with the repetition of the rhythm of single windows and double windows that you see in the body of the existing building.
So the dimension of the 13th to the 14th, the plan is 14 feet, right? From
Correct.
That's quite large, I think. If it went back to 10 feet or 8 feet, would that be fine?
What, for the 13th floor?
Yeah,
Well, you would lose that, if I understand correctly, you would lose that very important usable space within the building, if I understand you correctly.
Right. So Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Mahan, did you have a question? Okay, Commissioner Mahan.
What color are the mechanical screens? They're rendered as gray, but there was a material swatch indicating off-white.
Color is really to emulate limestone, and it tends to be a warmish gray. And what you're actually seeing is the shadow line in the limestone colors of the veins, which renders it a little bit dark.
Yeah, the gray is more the louvers than it is the color is what you're seeing.
Space between the
Commissioner Goldblum?
Thanks. The views over the main facades, over the front facades, I'm looking at your renderings, and I think that I'm not seeing the first level, but I'm seeing the second and third levels. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do I see the first level from anywhere over the front facades?
No, this is the first level.
right.
Yeah. In this view, what we're seeing, that is the 13th floor.
Okay.
And then you can just see this little corner up here is the 14th floor. So it's really the 14th floor that is blocked in this particular view. And
Okay.
as you step further away, you start to
The
see.
15th that
Yeah.
I'm seeing. Got it.
In this particular view, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Chu?
So could you just talk about what is the concept of the roof addition? The coloration is to be in keeping with the historic building somewhat, but it's brighter. Is it brighter than the historic building?
It's not intended to be
It's not
brighter. no.
intended to be. The big difference is in the texture. We were very much interested in limestone paneling, but we found at staff level that the limestone texture was darker. And when we had discussions with staff, they felt that especially at that portion of the building that's behind the prime cornice, if it were rendered a little bit lighter, then the cornice would read more strongly.
So you're trying to contrast color and
In a very subtle fashion, that's correct.
but it's a little brighter.
Correct.
The windows, so I guess what I'm just thinking is the historic condition, they did the rooftop addition originally, had this sort of nautical theme, and the form and everything were very different from the historic building below, intentionally, so that I guess I'm asking you, what was your design intent? Because it's a little bit of both. It's trying to be somewhat like it, but at the same time, it's also very different.
Right. Well, the use originally was a large-spaced restaurant.
Yes.
And the uses here are residential. So the hotel slash residential theme of the body of the building we thought would be emulated with very similar windows to be an extension of the hotel slash residential use below the main cornice. So what we did was to repeat and reinforce that rhythm that's below the cornice, above the cornice.
Therefore, you get sort of, you made the comment of the wedding cake. Correct. And that. Okay, thank you.
And you'll see that we also, we have very simple cornices on the additions. The idea being that it is reading as a contemporary addition that complements the design and material of the historic building below, but is not trying to be too contemporary or call too much attention to itself in a modernist kind of way.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony. And is there anybody in the room that would like to speak? Okay, so let's just move to Elizabeth Lee for Zoom testimony.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelists, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton, speaking for the Brooklyn Heights Association. We support this application to renovate the historic Bossert Hotel building. We have two suggestions for modifications to this proposal. First, for the railings on the addition, we think that glass is not the most complementary material relative to the existing building. We believe metal railings would be more appropriate. Second, we think it would be more appropriate to reduce the visibility of the enlargement as seen from the northwest. The volume and total height of the addition appears overly pronounced when viewing the front of the building from the northwest corner of Montague and Hicks Streets, and especially when viewing from 1 block north at the northwest corner of Pierpont and Hicks Streets. This is due to a lack of depth perception when viewing the stack of new stories and mechanical screens head-on. The visible impact of the enlargement rising from the main roof is significantly greater at these locations than the more gradual impact of the existing rooftop addition or even of the proposed enlargement, but from other vantage points. One solution would be to push back the mechanical screen on the new 15th story further from the roof edge. An even better solution would be to do the same with a habitable space on the new 14th story below by reducing its footprint. The screen in particular seems closer to the edge than is necessary. Thank you.
The next speaker will be John Graham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The VSNY supports some of the changes proposed for 98 Montague Street. This is a massive building. It's got a bigger footprint and is taller than most buildings in Brooklyn Heights. As it's close to the promenade, it can be seen from many places, including Lower Manhattan. Because of this, alterations to the upper parts of the facades and rooftop alterations will be highly visible. At the ground floor, we support removal of existing masonry infill in a blind opening and existing louvers, and the installation of a new multi-light arch-headed window. At the roof, we support removal of the existing two-story addition, a bunch of haphazard accretions which bears no relationship to the original building. However, we do not support the proposed alterations to the east-facing rear facade and find the proposed rooftop addition bears no relationship to the original elevations, with the exception of the color of the proposed porcelanosa cladding panels. The secondary east-facing facade reflects the original Hotel Bossert's separate wings, a feature of the original plan. This includes the extant, narrow, open courtyard, which provided natural ventilation to the building's many small rooms. The design of this facade should be modified to better reflect this original configuration of wings separated by the slot. The window configurations on both this visible rear facade and the visible elevations of the penthouse now bear little relationship to the original building. These should be modified to create a stronger correlation between the historic facades, the altered rear facade, and the addition. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval on the condition the railings of the addition be less in contrast with the existing building and the transition between materials on the east facade be less stark but still distinguish. LPC also received testimony from the Historic Districts Council.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to respond to that testimony?
Sure, yes. First off, we're very happy that both the community board and BHA are supportive of the project. I know we spent a lot of time with BHA in particular on this. The
comment from BHA about visibility, I think was primarily from this vantage point where we're looking south on Hicks Street. And I take their point about the foreshortening. I think part of it may in fact just be how we look at things in a rendered flat image versus what the eye would see, where the eye will have a better ability to distinguish what's forward and what's back. We did work very closely and listen to LPC staff on visibility of mechanical equipment and really worked to reduce and limit visibility of the mechanical equipment, particularly over the primary Hicks Street facade. So that did result in pushing the equipment further to the east and also spreading it out a little bit more north to south. So that that is a trade-off. The community boards, sorry, I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. VSA and the community board's comments were really about the materials of the balconies. And as I said before, that was an aesthetic choice. It is certainly something they could change. I think, though, that VSA's comments about how that center court is red, I do think that because we have that deep setback to the windows and what you're really looking at is the balconies, particularly if that changed from glass to metal, I think that would address their concern. You would still read that as a recessed balcony. And then the other comment from the community board was the change in material color that we're seeing on this elevation, and we're certainly happy to discuss that and make it align more with the materials below, which is painted brick. And I think that addresses everything.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, do we have any final questions? Okay, not seeing any, let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Chen, could you make a motion to close the hearing?
So move.
Commissioner Quimby, could you second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Ginsburg, could you please start the discussion?
Yes. Oops, let me get my notes up here. So let me start with the easy part. The infill window on the ground floor is fine. I think the infill of the court with the balcony, if the railings are metal instead of glass, and maybe the slab is a darker color to just give some of the feeling of the court that used to be there, should be all right. The rooftop addition is tricky. I really question the 15th floor. It just seems to me to make that addition too big and dominant. It's also as instead of a series of sort of ad hoc pieces that get put up over time, making it feel like it's very much part of the building below, which makes it more noticeable. In certain ways, I know you were trying to regularize and organize, but what was there before, by being a little less regular and a little less organized, didn't look as much like it was part of the building from below. And so I'll be curious what my fellow commissioners say. I really am not a fan of the required mechanical screening, because if you didn't have the screens, it wouldn't be as massive, but I realize you're required to do that. So we'll have to live with that. And the materiality, it would have been good to see samples of it, but I think that's something you can work with staff to try and figure out whether it's different enough. The problem is if it's slightly different, it may look like a mistake instead of something that was different. If it matches exactly, it makes it look more massive. So I'd work with staff on that. And I look forward to hearing what my fellow commissioners say.
Commissioner Chen?
Okay, thank you. Now I see why you're rushing to come over. Speak softly, at the end of the day. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Ginsburg. The infill is fine, but obviously the troubling part is the rooftop, and I'm inclined to hear what the rest of the commissioner have to say as well. Clearly, the railing should not be glass. And I think I do not know what the solution is. The screening is way too visible, and is mandatory. And so other than, some adjusting of the height or the setback or reduction of the massing somehow and also depending on the surface, which vantage point you're looking at, this is so visible. So I would love to hear what the rest of the commissioner have to say.
Sorry, Commissioner Quimby?
As stated prior, the infill of the windows at the ground level, that is okay. Also, the railings in the back, they should be a simplified metal railing. As for the rooftop addition, I do believe it is too tall. The 15th floor is too dominant at the and too visible. In addition to that, I believe the 13th floor actually does need to get pushed back from the cornice itself. I think those two moves will help reduce the visibility. I do question the materiality of the rooftop addition, but I think that also plays with the array of the punch openings at the rooftop addition. It's in contrast to the lower building, that could be fine, but I'm lost in the direction that's really being made. Is the rooftop addition part of the existing base or is it not? And I think we're in a middle zone and that should be clarified.
Commissioner Chu?
I'm generally in agreement with my fellow commissioners. If I look at this rendering, I think also per the earlier questions about what the intent was, I think that the issue for me is that this existing building is a very simple block. It's a simple rectangle. And yes, it has repetitive windows, but it's more about the simple volume. Because of the size of the addition, I'm reading it as a full volume alteration, and it reads like a centered building with a higher top center, and that's not what the historic building is. Really a horizontal break at the roof, and that is what this building is about. Anything on top, to me, needs clearly distinguished from the historic, just because of the way the massing is played out here, the 13th floor being so close to the front facade, it makes it almost feel like the cornice is like the building is blasting through the cornice. And I think that's a response to the volume and the quantity of roof addition and the fact that it does need to set back from this main facade. I would be in agreement that the 15th floor is too much. It's too much height and it becomes too visible from all around, and makes the building form feel different than the historic character. So I think definitely can support square footage and a couple floors up here. I think that maybe applicant can look at different masses. And I think that if the mass is more cohesive, it won't read as such a splay of elements as opposed to a unified roof addition.
Commissioner Jefferson?
I concur with my fellow commissioners. I think the 15th floor is a bit much. I think the 13th floor should be pushed back from the edge of the cornice because that would make it less visible. And I think by the mechanical equipment then dispersed would be less visible. I think, so that takes care of the roof. I think the window and the blind opening is absolutely necessary, and I can approve that.
Commissioner Mahan?
I think this is a case where examining the architect's original design intent for this building in comparison and contrast to the existing condition would be purposeful. I understand that the rooftop addition is very, very old and dates to not long after the building was constructed. But just because it's old doesn't make it good architecturally. And I think the design intent for this building clearly is to have a flat top with an articulated, highly articulated cornice contrasting against the sky. Now, that's not to say that I couldn't support a rooftop addition, but I think that the parameters within which it is proposed need to be examined, and I'm afraid that the project as presented is in need of an idea. If we're to interpret one, I think it is, as Commissioner Chu stated, that it is a kind of symmetrically setting back rooftop addition, which fundamentally transforms the concept of this historic building. So I personally think if a rooftop addition is to be appropriate, it needs to be recessive relative to the body of the building and the cornice line, so that cornice line can be read. So how does one create hierarchy and a sense of foreground and background? I think that both the kind of lighter color brick and the porcelain, which are close but not quite matches, honestly are just mistakes and will look like value engineering sort of driven decisions. Like my fellow commissioners, I think, in addition to sort of imagining the sort of design intent of the additions, I think they're probably too numerous by one, and I think they're probably too proximate to the main long facade line. I think the infill balconies on the back side could be acceptable if they are redesigned to, again, be more recessive. I think the glass handrail should be replaced, and the fascia should be darker as well. The mechanical screens, I think, need thinking about, what color and also what detailing. I mean, having the kind of vertical supports visible on the outside, I think is a kind of a lower end look and draws attention to themselves. So in my view, there's quite a bit here that needs to be rethought, although I could support in concept the idea of rooftop addition here.
And Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with my fellow commissioners. I think the opening the blind window on the ground floor is okay, or first floor is appropriate. I think looking at the building and looking at the existing non-historic rooftop addition, I think it's very clear that that was not part of the original building, even though it's similar color of material. Something about it that is not trying to be similar to when I look at the proposed building, and I think possibly the size, scale of the addition, I think it may create some challenges in terms of differentiating itself from that existing building or original building. And so I'm having a problem, like, really accepting it as something. If I'm looking at it 10 years from now, does it feel like it was original to the building, but just a different type of design, or something that probably some different decisions should be made, whether it's pushing back the 13th floor or decreasing the overall height. I think the material choice, I think Commissioner Mann may have touched on this. The color, I think it's a bad decision to go with similar color, even though the old non-historic edition was similar in color. I don't think that should necessarily be the case here. I think it especially kind of bothers me at the rear facade, where it's the slight change in color, where you kind of, I don't see someone being able to differentiate what was originally there, even if the infill has different railings and things like that. I think it still just becomes confusing to understanding what the original building was. I agree that the mechanical screening is probably necessary, but I think it gets worse maybe because of the height of the building. If it was on a lower floor, maybe it's not as much. Maybe it's back away from the edges somewhat. It's not much space up there. But I think overall I like the project in terms of converting it to residential use, and I think there's been some good moves done in terms of the plan and concept and idea of it, but I think it does need some work and most likely needs to be reduced in scale and possibly a change in material color.
Vice Chair Master?
Yeah, I generally agree with my fellow commissioners. I think that the infill window on the first floor is fine. I think that the balcony railings should probably be modified to make it, either more transparent, whether that's, metal railings or something else. I'll leave that up to you. And obviously, the biggest issue is the rooftop addition. The 13th floor could either be sloped or it could be set back a little bit. And I agree with the other commissioners that the 15th floor is too visible. And I don't know if you address that, with a height reduction overall, or whether you decrease the mass of it or you slope it. I'll let you decide. But right now, it seems like the rooftop addition is a little bit too visible, and there's too much mass up there.
Commissioner Ginsburg wants to make another comment.
Something just looking at the existing, possibly considering ribbon windows on the penthouse to differentiate it from the building below the cornice might be a way to start to make it feel like it's not part of the cornice and of the building below, but is a separate, also could tie into the nautical theme from the original restaurant. Whether that makes sense or not needs to be studied, but I think it might be worth looking at.
Okay, so we're not going to take an action today. I think you heard consensus around the table that for support for the courtyard addition, but concerns about the material for the railings to change that from glass. And I think consensus on, needed to look again at the rooftop additions. I think there was a variety of approaches that you've heard to reduce the visibility or differentiate it. So I think could work with staff, to think through those options for the rooftop. And we're going to move to the next item.
All right, the next Next item is public hearing item number 12, LPC 26-09771, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, block 1958, lot 19, 54 Greene Avenue in the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house designed by Thomas Skelly and built circa 1868. The application is to modify the facades, areaway, and garage, install cornices and ironwork, and construct a rooftop bulkhead and railings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Frankel. I am the applicant for this project. Okay, let's see, press the button. Look at that. Okay. "54 Greene Avenue is a 20-foot by 100-foot lot located in the Fort Greene Historic District, established in 1978. The original 4-story plus cellar corner row house, built circa 1868, is 45 feet deep and 20 feet wide, designed in the Italianate style. The Greene Avenue facade originally resembled adjacent number 56, and like it was in brownstone and included a parlor entrance with stoop on the left-hand side. The Adelphi facade was brick with brownstone trim and likely a brownstone base. By the close of the century, a 30-foot deep by 17-foot wide 2-story extension was built. Circa 1926, a 1-story garage, 21 feet deep by 12 feet wide, in rusticated concrete blocks with a hipped roof was erected. It eliminated the backyard to house one of the 20th century's greatest mistakes, and over time has gone from utilitarian to eyesore. Circa 1931, the Greene Avenue stoop was removed and its parlor-level entrance changed to a window. Sometime prior to designation, in 1978, the brownstone trim, projecting bay window, and cornices were stripped from the street facades. Some masonry openings were altered, and a cementitious parge with tiny white ceramic tiles was applied to the facades. In addition, a new L-shaped stoop was added to the right side of the Greene facade, and the historic garage door was removed and a new overhead one installed. At some undetermined time, parapets were either raised or newly added to the 4-story row house's street facades and to the 2-story extension. The building has been vacant for a long time. We propose creating a 3-family multiple dwelling and a mostly restorative scope of work. At the roof of the 4-story building, we propose a new code-required unoccupied bulkhead for the new public stair and 42-inch code-required guardrails. On the Greene Avenue facade, we propose restoring the masonry openings to their historic sizes and rebuilding the brownstone lintels and sills, including the table sills at the parlor level. Where the parlor door was removed a century ago, we propose creating a new window opening to match the adjacent historic one. Unfortunately, we cannot rebuild the historic stoop because it encroaches beyond the property line. The primary entrance will remain at the basement level, as it has been for the past 100 years. Further, we propose removing the ceramic white tile, but leaving the parge behind it, which is now part of the structural wall, providing stability for it. We propose resurfacing the facades with a cementitious brownstone aggregate. We also propose installing a new wood cornice to match the historic and align with adjacent number 56. We propose plantings for the front area and a new fence to match the stoop railings on Adelphi. Existing Adelphi, and the image shows the garage to your right and the 2-story extension to your left. On the Adelphi facade of the 4-story row house, we propose a similar scope of work, restoring the brownstone trim, wood cornice, and masonry openings, but also creating new ones to provide the apartments with code-required air and light. We propose resurfacing the facade with brownstone aggregate. On the Adelphi two-story extension, we also propose resurfacing with the brownstone aggregate. Additionally, we propose adding a new cornice with fascia board and enlarging the basement level window all the way to the right, close to the garage. We propose redeeming the dilapidated, ugly garage building and creating a new rooftop terrace. We propose doing this by raising the walls 3 feet and installing a bridge from the apartment over the alleyway to a new flat roof. We also propose adding a new, more compatible and harmonious garage door and resurfacing the garage facades with brownstone aggregate. The garage would remain stylistically distinct from the house and reclaim its utilitarian character. At the south facade of the two-story extension, we propose modifications to the basement and parlor level masonry openings. At the upper levels of the 4-story building, the masonry openings will remain as is or be restored to their historic sizes. This is the existing west elevation, which has no visibility from the public way. Proposed, existing section, proposed section with the little bolt in the little axon, the little bulkhead is hatched. Existing and proposed basement level. Existing and proposed parlor level. Existing and proposed rooftop with the new bulkhead. Existing on the left, proposed on the right window details. More of the same. Okay. Sightline diagram 2 at the top on green shows no visibility of the stair bulkhead and very minimal visibility of the guardrails. Sightline diagram 1 on Adelphi on the bottom of the sheet shows no visibility of the stair bulkhead and minimal visibility of the guardrails. These views are taken from Greene and north on Adelphi. Please consider that the proposed cornice will reduce some visibility of the guardrails. These views are taken from the opposite corner and on Adelphi. The further west you go on Greene, the greater the visibility, although it's still rather minimal. On the left is a photo montage of the proposed bulkhead, guardrails, and cornice. Juxtaposed on the right is the same view of the bulkhead and guardrail mock-ups. Please note that the cornice is not fully rendered. Only the upper portions are rendered because the rendering is only for the purpose of showing what of the proposed guardrails and existing parapets it will block. These views are taken further south on Adelphi. The greatest visibility is shown in view 1, which is lower left-hand corner. And then it's taken from the west side of Adelphi further down the street. Now, shown in red tape is the proposed masonry opening. Shown in blue tape are the 2 historic masonry openings that have been blocked up for some time, but we see them on the inside of the building. Consider that the raised garage walls and guardrails will block about 7 feet of that facade. So if you take the hipped roof and the vegetation and add a foot or 2, above that is what will be visible. In summation, the proposal is mostly restorative and creates 3 new dwelling units where none have existed for decades. Alterations include the rooftop stair bulkhead and guardrails, some modifications to fenestration, and changes to the garage to permit rooftop occupancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Ginsburg.
I couldn't tell from the wall section, how are you insulating the building?
That is a very good question. We have to do it from the inside.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony. And we do have people in the room that would like to testify. And I'm going to start with Toy Fung Tung.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm the owner occupant of 60 Greene Avenue. I speak for myself and the other 5 owner occupants of the 54 Greene Avenue block, which is a very short block of 10 brownstones. My husband and I bought 60 Greene in 1983 when it seemed as if every third house on every block in Fort Greene was boarded up and abandoned. On our block, 54, 60, and 66 were boarded up and abandoned. Within weeks of our purchase of 60 Greene, contractors stole the front iron fence, gate and gate posts, and the iron door under the stairs, and attempted numerous times to steal the great parlor doors, which we chained up. I am a teacher and my husband was an AT&T manager. We are just ordinary middle-class people, and yet we struggled to comply with Landmark's high standards, and we restored the front stoop, all of the ironwork, and all of the windows to their original state. We had custom-made windows to match the historically accurate windows. We do not object to the renovation of 54 Greene, but we object to all proposed changes that do not restore the front facade to its original condition, including the stoop. This idea that it's not legal, I believe, can be fixed because the original block was built with stoops on every house. So that was the original condition of the stoop, altered over decades. So we would like the front facade restored to look like all the other facades, and the ironwork, as well as the materials on the front facade and the cornice to match the beautiful block. Any rooftop adjustments, just as I've heard all afternoon, and bigger, more impressive buildings that change the way the block looks. I don't have the architectural vocabulary. We object to that. And I will get to that in a minute. Okay, so now I'm going to read into the record the Landmark's designation of this block. With the exception of the corner house at 54 Greene, this impressive block front of Italianate residences remains amazingly intact. And the thing about it is, it's an avenue block. When you approach it from the side streets, you get the full impressive architectural effect of what a row house block is, which you don't get on side streets because you're walking down them with your face on top of them. So 54 is the corner house. If it is not restored to look like all the others, the effect of the whole block will be ruined. Of course, it's been ruined for decades.
I do want to note that we limit testimony to 3 minutes. So I want to make sure that we have the copy of the report. So just want to make sure you get to your main point. Yeah.
The amazingly intact part is important. And of course, you can refer to it yourself. All of the details that are so carefully described here can be reproduced today based on the existing houses and material that's consistent with the historical materials. So that is really what we are asking for. We are asking for modifications that make this house as close as possible to the way it was originally built, because the block was built as one unit.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Janice Henderson.
Okay, yes, my name is Janice Henderson. I'm also an owner on the block. I own 66 Greene Avenue. My mother and I purchased the building in 1984 as a shell from the city auction. Because it was a shell, we had to replace the 2 sets of double doors on the parlor level. We had to replace the wrought iron railings going up the stairs. We had to replace the fence and the gate and redo the brownstone itself. As an example, I paid $50,000 just for the railings on the stairs because the railings are huge, going back to that time period. I am asking nothing less for 54 Greene Avenue. We, the block neighbors, all know that 54 Greene is an eyesore. Because of all of the original details were removed before the block was selected as a historical treasure by Landmark. The 54 Greene architectural renderings unfortunately does not bring the building in total compliance with the rest of the block. It does not replace the outside staircase. It does not replace the wrought iron railings on the steps. It does not replace the entrance underneath the staircase. It does not reestablish the property as a sister building in compliance with the design of the original architect developer, Thomas Skelly. The 9 sister buildings reflect what Mr. Skelly created. Owners that purchase their buildings after the landmark designation are in compliance. All of the buildings have stairs. All of the buildings have double doors on the parlor level. All of the buildings have entrances underneath the stairs for the ground level. There does not have to be any guessing as to what the building should look like. Any additions that are being requested that aren't reciprocated in the 9 sister buildings should not be approved. That includes the railings on the roof terrace, extra windows on Adelphi Street, etc. The owners of the buildings of 56, 58, 60, 62, 66, and 68 vehemently request that the Landmark Preservation Commission to make sure that 54 Greene takes the place as the 10th sister building that reflects the original design of Thomas Skelly. We, the block owners, have been waiting so long for this to happen. I had to reinstate my building to its original design. Why shouldn't they? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate your testimony and for you coming in person. I do just want to note that under the landmarks law, we aren't able to require property owners to, restore to a period before it was designated. So, what we're looking at are the changes that, that they are applying for appropriate. So we can't require a full restoration under the law, but just looking at the.
That's interesting. I had to put the wood window in front of the building. I had to put.
Right, no, I think what the chair is saying is that for something that's missing like a stoop, okay, we can't require a stoop to be put back because they're not repairing it, right? Whereas a window, once it wears out, you're putting in a new window, and we can require that window to be historically appropriate. But since they don't have to put a stoop back, and we can't require a stoop to be put back.
Okay, and we're going to move on to other testimony. I don't think we have anybody else in the room that wants to testify. Let's see if we have anybody on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval, and LPC has also received testimony from the Citizens for Responsible Neighborhood Planning of Clinton Hill and Fort Greene and the Society for Clinton Hill.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to
I would.
respond to
Thank you very
testimony?
much. So responding to our two neighbors, we are restoring the cornice. We're matching number 56 in wood. And we would have liked to, our original intent was to restore the stoop and replicate the wrought iron that we see next door. I have unfortunately, despite my grandest efforts, found no documentation, no photographic documentation of the stoop at number 54, of the wrought iron at number 54. And the closest I've come is as close as you've come with the designation report. But unfortunately, that is not sufficient legal proof such that I could go to DOT because it's not our property. That stoop, your stoop, I can't speak for your stoop, but our stoop, to restore it, would go beyond the property line, along with the fence that would align with number 56. So we have to get approval from DOT, and they do not have sufficient proof to show them that it was proper, that was in a grandfathered legal way that they would approve. So we can't do it. DOT. Okay, so I think and because we are creating a multiple dwelling and we have to change the C of O because the old C of O it was kind of a funky thing. It was sort of a dormitory medical thing, and we don't want to recreate that. There'd be no market for it. So we are creating 3 new dwelling units, and to do that legally, we have to create a public stair with a bulkhead for access for firefighters. We have to do that. And we couldn't create a dwelling unit, we could not create dwelling units with sufficient light and air if we didn't open up the facade on Adelphi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, quick question. Can you specify what is the brownstone aggregate color? Is it to match the other
So
buildings?
I can go forward in our slides, but I don't know if it's necessary. So from the inside, you can see some of the brownstone. So we would match that color. That's as much proof as we've got, so that we would propose matching that color.
Okay,
It's kind of a dark chocolatey brown.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Chu?
In terms of bringing it back to a historic condition, did you consider bringing back the bay window along that side facade? Very characteristic of.
Yeah, we did. And we get into there yeah, it became a little complicated, and also where we wanted to put walls inside, it's kind of big, and so it started to not lend itself well to layouts. And bay windows are a little problematic. Our property line is the building facade line. And so the height, handicap accessibility, you know, it got a little bit funky.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, could you make a?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, can you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Jefferson, would you start this discussion?
Okay. I like what was done to this, what have been done to this project. I especially thought that the cornice, adding the cornice with an improvement of to the facade. And I also thought the ironwork was appropriate. I did not understand why it was not possible to move it backwards if it was visible. But I think it could be studied to see if you move it back, if it would be less visible. The rooftop bulkhead, I think it's appropriate because it's required, and I think it's where it's positioned and the proportions of it is fine. The issue of the openings. I looked at that last night and I was, in a sense, I thought, why not just keep the original openings? And then I was thinking, why not just make it a bigger opening? And I want to hear what the other commissioners think about that, because I don't mind a larger opening in the back by the garage. The openings there that exist in the back of the garage.
Those two. The bottom.
Where the garage is. You have another image of the cutout by the garage. Where the garage is, there's an opening there, and then I think there's an opening in the two-story volume. Am I missing that?
Yeah.
There isn't a two-story opening in the middle.
Go back.
Between the garage and the two-story building, there isn't an
He's
opening.
looking for the elevation between the garage and the, yes. Maybe
You had it before.
building. It's not this one, though. It's another, there you go. It's one of the two left ones.
So I thought that, am I missing something here? An opening between two walls?
That's the elevation of the addition to the townhouse. Then there's the garage in front of it.
Right,
So
right.
those windows at the ground level face the garage in
Right.
that little alleyway.
And there's a little alleyway.
Yes.
Is there a cutout between them or there's none?
It's a gap
It's a gap between, just a gap.
and a bridge.
And the bridge is above it, okay.
Yeah.
So I misunderstood the drawings, okay. So those are my comments. Decide.
Sorry.
I thought the openings were, the existing openings are fine. And I thought perhaps wider would be fine, so I'm undecided about that.
Okay, so the proposed opening in the rear you think are appropriate. Okay. Commissioner Chu.
I think in general, this is a huge improvement to this property, and as has been testified, this has been dilapidated and left boarded up for many years. So what we're seeing in general, I think, is a vast improvement in bringing it back to its character, which was completely defaced. Zero ornament left on the entire building. Of the issues, and I totally understand the issue about the stoop, there seems desire to, but the building used that from happening. I'm in general very positive about this proposal. I think it's a great improvement. I think that the issue of the window, doesn't bother me so much just because it's so close to that garage and the sideline, and there's so little plan. It was trying to create a programmatic relationship. The railing on top, I do think, is a little visible from the renderings, and I'd like the applicant to work with staff to see if they could just push it back. I think that will make a difference to the concern having from across the street. really have any other comments. I think this is an appropriate application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Quimby?
Yes, overall, I'm in agreement with what is being proposed. This property definitely needed some attention, and I think it's finally going to get it. The improvements that are proposed, in general, I find appropriate, and to help assist the district to look in a manner. I guess I would also say it's important because this is a corner building in which it has multiple street faces. I'm looking at the rear window on that one floor. It was an addition, a later addition. And also the building itself has been altered so drastically that I do find that it can remain the way that's being shown here. I do agree also that the railing should be moved back to reduce the visibility. And then I'm also trying to note, I know Commissioner Chu talked about the Oriole window, but it does look like maybe just programmatically in the plan, it may be an issue, but it looks like it's on the side of the property. So that might have been something there that could have been used to enhance. But I do note that it conflicts with the floor plan.
Commissioner Chen?
Before I comment on the building, I just want to thank the people who came in person. I see why New York deserves landmark districts, owners such as you. Took the time, the effort, the late in the day, we're running overtime, and your passion shows through, and I want to thank you for that. And also, I think that this case, I'm very much in agreement with Commissioner Chu and the rest of the commissioner that will be a vast improvement of what is there now. I think the railing on the top should be set back to the degree they should work with the staff. But I have no problem with the size of the window because it's next to the garage on the ground floor area. And so I can find it appropriate as is.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg?
I agree with my fellow commissioners, appropriate, and the railing should be pulled back.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, overall, I agree. I think the building needs a lot of work. And I think just changing the color of the building itself is going to do dramatic help for this block. Bringing the windows to a different size that's consistent with the neighboring buildings will be helpful. I believe that the railing should be pulled back, and I don't have an issue with the ground floor windows because I don't think they're visible with the garage being located where it is. So yeah, I think overall I can find this project appropriate and
Commissioner Mahan?
I concur.
Okay, great. I think that we are able to move forward with support. I think just with a recommendation to work with the staff to push back the railing.
54 Greene Avenue, Fort Greene Historic District. Application is to modify facades, areaway, garage, install cornice and ironwork, and construct a rooftop bulkhead and railing. I note that the building was stripped prior to designation, of the historic district. I recommend approval with modification, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any or damage any significant architectural features, that the coating of the damaged brickwork at the side and rear facade of the house and the entrance and the side entrance stoop with a brown tinted stucco will help create a unified finish appearance, and its simplified detailing will help maintain a sense of the historic division between the brick and the brownstone cladding at the facade, that the proposed basement level entrance at the Greene Avenue facade of the house will be simply designed and compatible with the pattern of punch openings at this facade and neighboring houses within the row, that the proposed punch openings with black painted 1/1 double hung windows at the Adelphi Street facade, including the vertical band of paired windows at the upper floor and a tri-plate assembly of windows at the basement level, will be well scaled to the facade and compatible with the fenestration pattern. That the proposed black painted wood cornice at the rear extension will be typical in terms of material, finish, and well scaled to the facade, and will feature a simple design compatible with the proposed alteration to the building. That the proposed modification and creation of a masonry opening at the basement and second floor level of the rear facade would only be visible from a public thoroughfares in a limited oblique or partially obstructed views and will not call attention to itself. That the proposed light-colored stucco stairs bulkhead will be small in size, simply designed and set back from the primary facade of the house, typical in terms of material, neutral finish, and even seen from the public thoroughfare at a distance or over the side and rear facade of the house. That the recladding of the garage facade with brownstone tinted stucco, replacing its modern doors with a black painted wood and glass roll-up doors, install a cast iron lintel and a black painted wood cornice, flatten its roof will form a simple uniform composition consistent with its age and identity as a secondary structure on a site, and will help to remain a harmonious and subordinate presence within the streetscape. That the proposed black painted metal work, including roof guardrails, areaway, fencing, rear alley gate, and bridge connecting the rear of the house to the garage roof deck, would be simply designed, typical in terms of material and height, and neutral in finish. That the proposed areaway fencing at the end of the row and extending no further than the property lines will return the presence of an areaway and not diminish the continuity of the existing fencing at the remainder of the row, and that the bridge between the south facade and the rear extension and the roof terrace of the garage will be small in size, set back from Adelphi Street facade and only minimally visible from the public thoroughfares, and will have a discrete presence. And that the guardrail of the main roof of the house should be reviewed with staff to decide whether to move it back further. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think we'll require them to work with staff to set back the railing to reduce visibility over the front
The
facade.
guardrail at the main roof of the house will be set back from the front facade to reduce or eliminate any visibility over the front facade and the other facade.
That's good. Thank you. Commissioner Chu, could you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, could you call the vote?
Director Savage,
Aye.
Mr. Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
All right, that's approved. Please continue to work with staff. We'll move to public hearing item number 13. It's LPC 26-11191, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 2090, Lot 35, 202 Adelphi Street in the Fort Greene Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built circa 1860, and the application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lacey Williams, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for a rooftop stair bulkhead and flue extensions at 202 Adelphi Street, located on the southwest corner of Willoughby Avenue and Adelphi Street in the Fort Greene Historic District. Here are the tax and designation photos, along with a photo of the existing condition on the right. As you can see, the building was altered prior to designation with the removal of the porch and other decorative elements and the construction of a full third floor. Here's some additional photos of the existing building. In 2025, the Commission approved a proposal to construct a stoop, rear yard addition, and carport, and reintroduce a bay window and cornice at the building, along with restorative work throughout the building as shown in the plan on the left. At that time, a glass hatch was proposed for roof access. The proposed plan is on the right. A stair bulkhead is now being required by DOB in lieu of the hatch. The proposed bulkhead will be clad in zinc, matching the material at the previously approved bay window and rear yard addition. The flues on the neighboring building may also need to be raised and are included in the drawings and mock-up in case they are active. Given the corner site, the bulkhead and flues will be visible from public thoroughfares in views from the east and north, as well as from points west over the rear facade and rear yard. And the applicant is here to answer any questions.
And I'll just note real quick that the staff has been working with the applicant to minimize dimensionally this stair bulkhead in every way possible. And as Lacey said, they had intended to do a non-visible or much less visible bulkhead with just a shorter hatch, but that was rejected by DOB as a sort of a late change. So they've done everything they can, but this is a required bulkhead. That's just the sort of the final step in a project that's already been approved by the commission. It's just that it doesn't meet the staff rules for being minimally visible enough.
And Commissioners, do you have any questions? No? Okay, then let's just move right to testimony. There's nobody in the room, so let's see if we have anybody on Zoom.
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, a note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 2 recommends approval.
And you're welcome to respond to the testimony if you would like, but you don't have to. Okay. Okay, good. Why don't we just move forward? Are there any final questions from the commissioners? Then let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, would you make a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, would you second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? The hearing is closed. Commissioner Chu, would you like to start the discussion?
Yeah, not much to discuss. I think that this bulkhead is a requirement. As you stated, staff has worked with the applicant to minimize its height and mass. Okay. Judging by its visibility in this location, it is visible, but it is set to the party wall and back from the rear facade. I think that the darker color is correct to not confuse it with the brick of the historic house. I can find this appropriate.
Okay, is there any differing opinions or other thoughts on this? Okay, then I think that we could just move forward. And Commissioner Chu, I think, yeah, you could just read the motion.
Case of LPC 2608562, 184 Lincoln Place, Park. Flanagan and built in 1880. Application is to construct a rooftop addition. You guys let me go. LPC 2611191, 202 Adelphi Street, Fort Greene Historic District, an Italianate-style row house built in 1860. Application is to construct a rooftop bulkhead. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not damage architectural features. Sorry. That is simple massing and gray finish of the zinc-clad bulkhead and flue extensions are in keeping with utilitarian rooftop accretions found at buildings of this type and age in this historic district. That the previously approved cornice will help reduce the visibility of bulkhead in views over the primary and secondary facades and will be consistent with the level of visibility of utilitarian rooftop accretions sometimes found at row houses throughout the historic district. And that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Fort Greene Historic District.
Commissioner Jefferson, will you second the motion?
No second.
And Mark, could you please call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Quimby,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 8 in favor, none opposed, the motion passes.
We'll move to the next item. Thank you very much.
Right, next item is public hearing item number 14, LPC 26-08562. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, Block 1061, Lot 13, 184 Lincoln Place in the Park Slope Historic District. This is a neo-Grec style row house designed by William Flanagan and built in 1882, and the application is to construct a rooftop addition and trellis.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. Michelle Carreran, Deputy Director of Preservation, presenting this application for work at the roof of 184 Lincoln Place. This is the location of the building within the district close to 7th Avenue on the south side of the block, or on the south side of the street. So this application is before you today because of the visibility of the rooftop work, and that is due to a break in the street wall above a one-story rear extension at the building on the corner of 7th Avenue and Berkeley Place right here. The work will not be visible over the front facade of the building. So this shows the floor plan of the roof where the bulkhead with a small study nook is proposed, along with a pergola and railings and other work at the surface of the roof, which will not have any visibility. So this rendering shows the proposed axonometric view of the roof with the materials palette, including gray stucco at the bulkhead, black windows and doors, brown metal at the pergola, and then black finished metal railings for fall protection. So here is a detail, here's a detail you can see on the right, the decking system above the roof of the building, and then a detail of the railing on the upper left. Then a proposed overall roof section. The infrastructure on the right-hand side is existing and is not visible from the street. So here you can see a mock-up was constructed to assess the visibility. And lastly, I'm going to take you through the visibility of that based on the mock-up. So here was the mock-up view on the right. As you can see, there's an existing mature evergreen tree that blocks most of the view, but of course that's an ephemeral feature. So for that reason, the architect made a rendering where you can see without that in place, the proposed rooftop accretions. Just some other views showing it's not visible from those directions, and then what you would see from the rear yard, but that is not the street view. Just an elevation. And then finally, some rooftop additions that have been approved in the historic district, including on the bottom, a pergola at the roof of a rear addition that was approved, which is visible from Montgomery Place, and that is on First Street and was approved in 2018. So the architect is here if you have any questions about this application on Zoom.
Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. Let's just move to testimony. Is there anybody in the room that would like to testify? Yes, please, and if you could state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kit Warren. I'm on the back 183 Berkeley Place where the owners. Hi, is it on? Okay. Kit Warren, 183 Berkeley Place, which sort of is right behind this building. I sort of just wanted to emphasize the fact of how clearly it's visible from our street and for anybody walking by, and which seems to go against everything I've ever experienced with, in landmarks. The second thing may or may not be relevant, and I don't know in landmarks. I'm just going to mention the fact that the bulkhead there is much larger than a bulkhead that would just contain a stairwell, because they have added a study or office with a window and also a separate storage room to sort of add to the building, and that may not have any place here, but just a comment. And basically, I think that's it. Bye.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? No? Okay, great. Any submitted testimony has been shared with the commissioners. And let's see if we have anybody on Zoom. Elizabeth?
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Brooklyn Community Board 6 recommends denial considering the size, palette of materials, and color and appropriateness. LPC has also received testimony from HDC, as well as 2 individuals recommending denial.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to respond to any of that testimony?
Yes, if I could just speak very briefly. I appreciate the neighbor's view on this because it's obviously
Please
very
state your name for the record.
Oh, apologies, Josh Pulver, architect. In terms of the visibility, I understand that and I'm sympathetic to it. I think we've been working with staff to reduce the overall massing of this. We went from brick parapets to steel handrails, which is more porous. We also got rid of a component of the trellis, which would further block view through a kind of screen element on the north side. And we've also reduced the size of the bulkhead by removing the storage on the north side as well. The only thing I'd like to say is that this is a very narrow window. I understand it's the neighbor's view as well, but walking up the street, Berkeley Place, it's a very short amount of space that you can see to the north. Also, the building has the ability to build a lot more FAR, so this is a modest addition in my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any additional questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Wilder, will you make a motion?
So move.
Sorry, motion to close the hearing. And Commissioner Mahan, will you second?
Second.
Opposed? Oh, I forgot to say.
All in favor?
All in favor.
Aye.
Sorry about that. Let's see, Commissioner Quembe, could you please lead the discussion?
Yes. What is being presented is actually very modest. It is a little larger than a bulkhead, so it is a rooftop addition. But like I said, it's very modest in its sizing and its positioning. We take up a very small portion of the roof as well. And it seems that the applicant has worked with staff much to reduce its visibility as much as possible. I do understand there is a vantage point from which it can be viewed, but I believe much was done to reduce its visibility, so I can find it appropriate.
Okay, are there other commissioners that would like to speak on this? Commissioner Jefferson.
I find it difficult with the trellis. If the trellis wasn't there, I could approve it, but every time I pass by that block and see that, it's too much for me.
Okay. Maybe we should keep going then. Commissioner Chu, I skipped you. Do you have?
I'm okay with this. When I look at the renderings, I did see the sightline studies, but the AC equipment seems quite spread out on the roof. And I just want to make sure staff is checking to make sure we're not going to see them, because it looks like they could be pushed back further than they are right now.
That equipment is existing.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Mann?
I think this looks appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Wilder?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
Appropriate.
Commissioner Chen? Okay. So I think that we do have a consensus we have enough to make a motion to approve. And Commissioner Quembe, could you please read the motion?
Yes. In the matter of LPC 26-08562, 184 Lincoln Place, Park Slope Historic District, a neo-Grecc style row house designed by William Flanagan and built in 1882. This application is to construct a rooftop addition and trellis. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate or damage any significant architectural features, that the proposed rooftop addition will be only visible from a limited vantage point at the corner of 7th Avenue and Berkeley Place, through a gap in the street wall over a one-story building and in the context of secondary facades. That the proposed rooftop addition will be set back from the front and rear of the building, maintaining a sense of the building's original massing. That the proposed gray finish stucco cladding material of the addition will be in keeping with the utilitarian character of materials typically found at visible rooftop additions throughout the district. That the pergola at the west side of the addition will be simply designed with neutral finishes and will not call undue attention to itself, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Park Slope Historic District.
Commissioner Chen, could you second the motion?
Second.
Mark, could you please read or call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Commissioner Ginsburg,
Aye.
Commissioner Quembe,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson, Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilder.
Aye.
With 7 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, that's been approved. Please continue to work with staff. And now we're on our last item. Corey?
Yes. Next and last item of the day, public hearing item number 15, LPC 25-12172, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, Block 1289, Lot 65, 3725 78th Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District. This is an Anglo-American garden home style attached house designed by Benjamin Dreisler Jr. and built in 1926 to 27. The application is to legalize the replacement of windows and the installation of an areaway wall and fence without LPC permits.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ryan Zeek, Preservation staff. This application seeks the legalization of windows and area wall and fencing without permits, and it is before you today because neither meet the criteria set out in our staff level rules as they are. Let's go over what the conditions are. Here we see the existing conditions at the site, and where the home is located in the lower left corner is near the boundary of the Jackson Heights Historic District. Here's some photos showing the building over time, the original condition in the 40s tax photo, by the time of the 80s tax photo, and we can see a little clearer in the designation photo, the ground floor is altered, and the existing conditions are on the right. We'll adjust the windows first. So we see that everything installed at the primary facade are these 1/1 double hung windows. So in terms of operation, under staff level rules, these match the historic. However, for the staff level rules, the replacement windows at this primary facade would have needed to have matched the multi-light configurations and details we saw in the 40s tax photo. And because they were multi-light, the material would have need to be wood at the staff level. Here's a closer view of that opening at the ground floor. And closer photos, we see there's the security grille that's been installed at this opening. The windows at the top floor. Next aspect of this is the area wall and fencing. Here we see the dimensions. Now our staff level rules do allow for the review and approval of a low brick retaining wall at an original 1 or 2 family house in the Jackson Heights Historic District if it is no higher than 5 brick courses including a brick or cast stone coping. The brick matches the facade, and the overall design is simple without decorative brickwork or ironwork. Here we see the ironwork and the fence in context of the buildings, the walls to either side. This is the view down the block to the right, and here's the view down to the left. Now, the applicant has surveyed the neighborhood to provide additional context about the neighboring houses. So, recall from the historic district map that this house is close to the boundary. So during his walkthrough, the applicant looked at both the houses within and just outside the district and noted that the percentage that he noted of that currently have 1/1 windows is given on the right side in the district. And of the houses in the district that he surveyed, a number of them do have similar wall fencing conditions. And for your understanding, here are some photos documenting the nearby houses within the district, showing the areaway walls and fences and the windows. And David Feng, the applicant who maintains the house on behalf of his mother, is here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Ginsburg.
I'd like to understand why this work was done without review by the commission.
Sure. So I manage the property on behalf of my mother. When she made the alterations in early 2000s, I don't think she was aware of what the procedures were back then.
Did she file at the building department?
I'm not aware that she did.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Okay,
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, 'cause I know some of the commissioners are new and haven't seen maybe an application from this historic district with the topic of the areaway walls in particular. And this is something where, as Ryan mentioned, the staff now has a rule for applicants to either replace what they have or to install a new masonry, red brick masonry wall of up to 5 courses with a coping stone. Prior to that, the commission did review a number of applications to legalize these types of conditions that happen without permits. There is a large variety of areaway treatments here. Originally, these did not have areaway walls, and they were sloped down, but there was erosion problems, and over time, many walls were built, some prior to the designation of the historic district and some after. And so applicants in those years started to put together surveys, and I think as did the staff, to kind of see what the predominant condition was. And that's how the commission settled on this red brick low masonry wall as kind of a fairly consistent condition that kept the spirit of a gradual slope for the yard above and kept the wall low, but did offer some erosion protection and perhaps some security. So that's how that rule came about. And since then, we have had probably at least a couple applicants also request to do ironwork on top of that low brick wall for added security measures, which I do believe have been approved in at least 1 or 2 cases. Simple ironwork, not unlike what you're seeing here on top of a shorter wall. So just a little bit of background on areaway walls in this historic district. Happy to answer any other questions.
Question. So in this situation, we just saw many pictures of various high walls. What are we looking at? I mean,
well, the applicant's requesting to legalize this as is. If they were, for example, if they were to remove the ironwork and lower the wall to 5 courses, staff would just approve that and say that meets our current rule. But they want to keep the taller height, and they also want the ironwork. So as noted, those 2 things don't meet the rules. So you're being asked to consider this as is. And you can see the context, the immediate context here, if you want to consider that, does have other walls that may be taller. But what I think we don't maybe have for this application is a survey of all of the ones on this street that are either pre-designation or illegal. So you'd have to be careful about considering the context.
Okay, my only
case.
point is when I look at this image, I don't know that you could take 5 courses off. I don't know where the dirt is behind there.
Well, I think in other cases, it has meant that the homeowner needs
Has
to do some
excavate,
landscaping work and
remove
excavate,
some of
remove it.
to bring it down.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. And, okay.
Commissioner Wilder?
Do you know the work that your mother had done? Was it just the fence or was it the actual brick courses? as well?
She put up the brick wall. You would, like in the one of the prior photos that showed the timeline, when she purchased the house, you would notice that there was actually like a fence that's there, and there was no brick wall at that time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's move to testimony. Elizabeth, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Those joining via Zoom who wish to speak, please use the raise hand function. You'll be promoted to panelist, after which we ask you to unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. The first speaker will be John Graham.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Graham from the Victorian Society in New York. The VSNY recommends denial of this application to legalize the replacement windows. We note that these windows have been in place for more than 27 years, as that is the date for the violation. It's not unusual for aluminum windows to fail when they are this old. Legalization means that this house will never have appropriate windows. Denial at this time means that when these windows fail, this owner or any future owner knows that they are required to file an application for new windows with the Commission. Eventually, appropriate windows will be installed. We recommend approval of some parts of the proposal to legalize the area wall and fence. Because the land on this street slopes down towards the sidewalk, and because the Commission has approved the installation of a number of similar brick retaining walls, we support legalization of this brick wall. However, we believe that the iron fence and gate are too tall in a neighborhood created under the influence of the Garden City movement, which included what the designation reports were 2 new building types: garden apartments and garden homes. The existing gate and fence cut the property off from the street in a way which is not in keeping with the Garden City movement. The applicant should be required to work with staff to reduce the height of the existing fence and gate. Finally, the applicant has provided many photos of other iron fences in this neighborhood. Happily, their photos show that almost none of their neighbors have panels of metal mesh attached to the fence. These mesh metal panels diminish the open character of this street in a way that is totally unacceptable. We recommend removal of this obtrusive metal mesh in the strongest way possible. Thank you, Commissioners.
Anyone else who wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Seeing none, I'll note for the record that Queens Community Board 3 recommends approval. LPC has also received testimony from HDC.
Would you like to respond to any of that testimony?
So, sure. So, maybe if I could speak to the area wall first. So the mesh fencing is there. Over time in that neighborhood, I've lived in this neighborhood from the 80s into the 2000s. Over time in this neighborhood in Jackson Heights, the reason that that mesh fencing is put up is because even to this day, people come by and they throw trash in the garden. So that mesh is helpful to keep the trash out of the garden, is one of the reasons. Regarding the windows, the windows are difficult to deal with. So I think one of the slides we showed like the number of windows. So at the minimum requirement for LPC is to change the front windows. There are 8 of them. One of the complications is the security grills in the front. They run along the side of the house as well, and they're bolted into the brick of the house. It is problematic to change the windows because we would have to kind of rip out the brick as well on that house. And so if the color of the, for instance, for example, one of the challenges around the windows is if the color had to change from brown to white, let's say, we would probably want to change all of the windows in the house. And so there are a lot of windows on the side of the house and the back of the house as well. Some of the houses in Jackson Heights, they do have different colors of the window frame from the front and the side. And so on close inspection, you would notice that it just looks off. So one consideration is the expense of that to keep the consistency of the look and feel of the entire house. I think one quote, well, we've received multiple quotes. They range from like $80,000 to over $100,000 to replace just the windows. And then the other challenge is actually the security grills. So we have security grills, as you saw on the front and also on the side. And so if we were to replace all the windows on the bottom floor, we would have to rip it out from the brick, and that would be another challenge that we would have to contend with. So I think those are my responses back to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any final questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's just go ahead and close the hearing. Commissioner Ginsburg, will you make a motion to?
So moved.
Commissioner Wilder, will you second?
A second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the hearing is closed. Commissioner Chen, will you start this item?
As the Commissioner Chu has asked the previous question, I think in this context, in terms of the wall, the 5 coursing, I think that in light of the context and the past history and the pattern in the neighborhood, I can find that appropriate, especially the neighbor to the left and neighbor to the right have almost similar height in this type of retaining wall. And so I can find it appropriate. As for the windows, I will leave it to the rest of the commissioners to see what you want to do, but I can find it acceptable.
Okay,
Could you just clarify with the retaining wall, you think that the retaining wall, the masonry at its current height is sufficient and that the metal railing on top of it as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, because especially if you look at the previous photograph that's showing the context, because I guess when you get to this area, no one is doing a five coursing.
Commissioner Quimby.
Yes, overall, I can believe that the existing fencing is appropriate. I would agree that the meshing should be removed. But I'm not so sure about the windows themselves. I believe there are 8 on the front facade, and they should be addressed.
Commissioner Chu?
Yeah, I think that for the areaway, the low wall, the brick is, okay, I'm okay with that. I think the alignment of that top course be continuous with the path to the front door. It feels clean and it feels rational to me. In terms of what's above it, I imagine that if the ironwork was removed with the mesh and you left the brick wall, that would meet the intent of what this neighborhood should be in terms of welcoming and opening of the front lawn. the facade of the house, the front facade, I do believe these windows, as I at least look at the pictures, they're in pretty bad state. They look like they need to be replaced. I think that the front facade should meet the landmark standards for new windows.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
Agree with my fellow commissioner.
Commissioner Mann?
This is a pretty difficult situation, and sure there was no ill intent of any sort. But as was noted, some of these higher walls, perhaps were there prior to designation or are themselves illegal, and so it's difficult in that context to find this taller wall appropriate. So I think I would have to land on the side of that the wall would need to be lowered to the 5 courses, as sort of difficult as that sounds, and I fully understand and recognize that, but it's perhaps about precedent for this historic district. I think the windows, like my fellow commissioners, I cannot find appropriate as is.
Commissioner Wilder?
Yeah, very tough. The last application. Yeah, first I want to thank the applicant for just sharing the history and story, making it difficult. I think the neighborhood has kind of responded in terms of this areaway thing, and for various reasons, I think they made alterations. I can find it appropriate here with the actual brick wall, retaining wall, as well as the fence above. The windows, I don't think I can find appropriate. I think they're much more important, I guess. And I would deny legalizing those.
Commissioner, if I can just say something about the walls and the fence. I do think that the commissioner it should be understood that the commission is, I'm trying to remember a time when we've approved, very rarely, such a tall brick wall or a big fence on top of that wall in this district. It's something that it's something that we've worked hard to address. And so I just think if people feel like there's enough information that this justifies this on this particular block, that's fine. But I want to make sure everyone's comfortable with the amount of information we have to justify this.
So are we saying the rest of these are done?
Don't know.
That survey's
Don't
not
have
been
enough
provided here,
information,
but I did want to also just say, since I think some references were made to it, I mean, the retaining walls to either side of this property are approximately the same height, the brick part, but I don't think either of them have the fence on top of it as well. So that is a difference. And as I mentioned, the commission in the past, when they have approved ironwork on top of the brick wall, it's been with the much lower brick wall, so that the maximum height, is not really the height that what you're seeing here.
Commissioner Ginsburg?
So if they want to keep the retaining wall, they should take off the fence. They can have a gate at the entrance. That makes some sense. And I would recommend denial on the windows.
Okay. So I think there's so just in terms of the wall, I think there's, so I guess there's the option, I think most people found, except for Commissioner Mahan, I think, the wall appropriate at this height is, but some without the rail and mesh on top. So,
Yeah, so I think maybe looking for a show of
Yeah,
hands
show
to
of-
legalize the brick retaining wall without the metal railing. Are there 6 for that?
okay, so that was, yeah, okay. Okay. Yes, I think, yes, and I think there was a consensus around the table for denial of the windows. So Commissioner Chen, could you read that motion?
In a matter of LPC 25, LP 25, 12172 37-2570 8th Street, Jackson Heights Historic District. The application is to legalize the replacement of windows and the installation of an areaway wall and fence without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. Noting the building style, scale, materials, and detail among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Jackson Heights Historic District. With regard to the installation of areaway wall and fence, I recommend approval with modification, finding that the work did not damage, eliminate, or conceal any significant features of the site, that the red brick harmonized with the brick facade of the building and probably its neighbors as well, that the wall and the brick, that the wall and the say that again, Mark. Yeah, we're not approving the fence. That the red brick harmonized with the red brick facade of the building. That the wall is simple in design and in keeping with the material and finish of the area walls and buildings of a similar age and type within the historic district. However, I guess the metal fence is too tall, not than necessary to contain erosion. Therefore, recommend that the metal fence be eliminated. And in regard to the replacement of the windows, I recommend denial, finding that the replacement window do not match the historic windows in terms of configuration, details, or material, that the window detract from the special architecture and historic character of the building and the historic district.
Commissioner Chu, could you second the motion?
Second.
And Mark, can you call the vote?
Chair Savage,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
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 Jefferson, aye. Commissioner Mann,
Nay.
Commissioner
Aye.
7 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passed.
Okay, so that concludes the public hearing and public meeting for June 23rd. I want to thank the commissioners for staying for such a long day and for all of the staff as well and hanging in there. Greatly appreciated. We have now 3 weeks off, so our next public hearing and public meeting is Tuesday, July